First Deputy Speaker, Honorable Malungo Chisangano, and just to bring you to speed, these children are coming from various parts of this country, and they arrived in Lusaka on Friday. Saturday, they were rehearsing and being oriented on the theme that my colleague talked about, and any time from now we should be having the formalities. Our sign language interpreter for today is Jason Manda.
In the struggle for the right, we want freedom's fight. Oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise thee, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, green and we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
My name is Dennis Kalokoni, coming from Northern Province. Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you, Lord, for this life that you have given to each and every one of us. Father, Lord, it's not by our will or might that we are here, but it's because of your love and the peace that you have. Father, Lord, we want to put each and everything that is going to take place in this chamber into your hands, Father, Lord. Touch our hearts, touch our words, touch our tongues, Father, Lord, that we should say things that will help children across our countries, and we should say things that will help, Father, Lord, each and every individual, each and every citizen of our country. Father, Lord, we pray that you may start with us and end with us, Father, Lord. We pray all this with thanksgiving in our hearts as we all say amen.
Good morning, honorable members of parliament. Good morning, honorable members of parliament. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Honorable Ellen Chioa, Member of Parliament for Lusaka Central Constituency.
And my name is Honorable Yanko Banda, Honorable Member of Katuba Constituency.
And we shall be your master of ceremonies for today. I would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Doreen Mwamba, Minister of Community Development and Social Services, Permanent Secretaries for the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services, Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Education, Chairperson of the Parliamentary Caucus on Children, Honorable Joseph Musanje, UNICEF Deputy Country Representative, Mr. Henry Haikura, Executive Director for the Civil Society for Poverty Reduction, Mrs. Isabel M. Mukelabai, government officials, cooperating partners, distinguished guests, and esteemed colleagues. You may take your seats.
Welcome to Children's Parliament. Welcome to Children's Parliament, commemorating 2024 World Environment Day under the theme, Inclusive, Relevant, and Quality Education for Every Child in Zambia for a Better Future. Now, we'll run you through the program for today. We've already conducted registration, and we'll dive straight into the welcoming remarks by Honorable Olisha Mudenda, and that will be followed by the opening statement by Honorable Kundananji Simukoko.
Then we'll go straight into the opening of the 2024 Children's Parliament by the guest of honor. Then the Children's Parliament shall begin. Thereafter, we shall have the State of Children's Rights and Participation in Zambia by Honorable Dorothy Ngoma.
And that will be followed by the State of Child Rights by Honorable Mudasana Dorothy Ngoma. And then thereafter, we'll have the handover of the call to action by Honorable Corinne Chola and Honorable Aaron Makina.
And then we shall have a lunch and departure. Honorable members and guests of honor, please, we would like to take this opportunity to interact with you. So please have lunch with us. Honorable members, would you like to have lunch with the guest of honor? That's what I want to hear. So without further ado, we shall have opening remarks by Honorable Olisha Mudenda.
Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members of the House. I am Honorable Olisha Mudenda, and I am proud to represent Kwasha constituency in our parliament from the Copperbelt province. On behalf of my fellow members of parliament, 80 of us, or 10 provinces of Zambia, I warmly welcome you to the Children's Parliament. I warmly welcome you to the Children's Parliament as we celebrate World Children's Day 2024. Thank you so much for joining us today. We hope you enjoyed the conversations and learned something new. Please feel free to engage with us. Ask us questions, share your thoughts, and let us know how we can work together to help you advocate our rights. Please feel at home.
Okay, so those were the opening remarks by Honorable Olisha Mudenda. And now we'll delve straight into the opening statement by Honorable Kundananji Simukoko.
Honorable Doreen Mwamba, Minister of Community Development and Social Services, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, the Chairperson of the Parliamentary Caucus on Children, Honorable Joseph Musanje, the UNICEF Deputy Country Representative, Mr. Henry Heikula, Executive Director of the Civil Society for Poverty Reduction, Mrs. Isabel Elm Mkelabai, the government officials, cooperating partners, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and most importantly, us young leaders gathered here today. Good morning. My name is Kundananji Simukoko, Honorable Member of Parliament for Chinsadi constituency in Muchinga province. As part of World Children's Day, UNICEF is highlighting the theme, Listen to the Future. But in Zambia, we emphasize the importance of inclusive, relevant, and quality education for every child. Why is this theme especially important this year? This year, our theme carries great significance because we want to align our commemoration with the African Union Year of Education. Honorable ministers and distinguished guests, the Civil Society for Poverty Reduction and UNICEF carried out consultations with children in all 10 provinces, physically and through the U-Report platform to prepare for this commemoration. Through these discussions, they listened to children's insights and concerns, and education emerged as a key issue for many. Children understand that education is the cornerstone of their future, and we are here to remind everyone that every child should have access to the quality education they deserve. By prioritizing inclusive, relevant, and quality education, we can nurture a generation ready to tackle the challenges on the 21st century. Together, let's advocate for the education that every child needs to succeed. I thank you.
Now it is my great honor and privilege to call upon the Minister of Community Development and Social Services for the official opening of the Children's Parliament 2024.
The Director of Ceremonies, Cabinet Ministers represented here, Permanent Secretaries represented here, Members of Parliament present, the UNICEF country representative, representatives of government ministries and departments, members of Joining Forces Alliance, representatives of civil society organizations, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am delighted and honored to be with you all today at this important meeting where child participation is promoted. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and our dear children. Children are the building blocks of any nation, and as such, creating an environment in which they can survive, thrive, and develop to reach their full potential remains cardinal. Children today are faced by so many challenges. Barely a day passes without hearing of reports in the media such as defilements, child marriage, violence in its many forms, child neglect, child exploitation, and abuse, leading to the same children ending up in the streets. Ritual murderers, abductions, among others. What is disheartening as a mother and a minister whose mandate is to protect the welfare of children is that these murders and these murders acts are perpetuated mostly by people who, if anything, are supposed to provide the necessary care and support to our children. Distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, and our dear children, I want to make it very clear that anyone found violating children will severely face the law. Children deserve to grow up in a violent-free and safe environment where they grow to reach their full potential and contribute to the country's national development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and children, the involvement and participation of children in various issues pertaining to the protection of their rights is very critical, as this will give them the confidence and skills to enhance their reporting of various abuses and to relevant authorities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear children, the government of the Republic of Zambia, under the leadership of His Excellency, the President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, is fully committed towards the protection and promotion of children's rights in the country. This commitment manifests itself through, number one, the enactment of Children's Code Act number 12 of 2022 to ensure the protection of the general being of children from any violence or violation of their rights. Number two, introduction of the free education policy from preschool to grade 12 to provide an opportunity for all children to access education and secure a better future regardless of one's background. Number three, the implementation of the re-entry policy to provide an opportunity for girls who fall pregnant while in school to continue with their education after giving birth, to have a better livelihood. Number four, increasing the allocation of the Constituent Development Fund, CDF, to implement programs and projects meant to uplift the well-being of communities, including empowerment of children through school support. And lastly, development of child participation and child safeguarding frameworks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and our dear children, I want you to know, my dear children, that in as much as you have your rights, you also have responsibilities. As rights go with responsibilities, or rights come with responsibilities. I urge you to refrain from vices which are negative to your well-being. Keep away from alcohol and substance abuse, obscene materials on the social media, vulgar language, among others. Instead, focus on positive aspects of your lives, such as education, skills development, sports, activities, and church programs, among others. At this point, it is my rare privilege to open this Children's Parliament. In conclusion, my sincere gratitude goes to all the organizations that have made today's meeting possible, more especially UNICEF, Civil Society for Poverty Reduction, Joining Forces Alliance members. I also want to thank each and every one of you, including you, our dear children, for finding time off your busy schedules to come and be part of this memorable meeting. This shows the importance that we, as government, attach towards issues pertaining to the protection and promotion of our children's rights in the country. I thank you, and may the good Lord bless you.
The 2024 Children's Parliament has now been opened.
And after we conclude the 2024 session of the Children's Parliament, that will be followed by the handover of the call to action by Honorable Corinne Chola and Honorable Aaron Makina, and thereafter the response to call of action by the Ministry of Education, and then we'll have the Parliament adjourned by Honorable Pascal Mulambia, a child speaker.
Followed by a photo opportunity, which is my personal favorite, with the guest of honor and child parliamentarians. And lastly, we shall have lunch and departure.
My name is Honorable Yanko Banda.
And my name is Honorable Ellen Chiowa, and we have been your MCs for the morning. Thank you.
Good morning. There you have it, the Honorable Minister of Community Development and Social Services, Honorable Doreen Mwamba, has officially addressed and declared the 2024 National Children Parliament open. And she has highlighted some of the challenges that children face, and she did say that children deserve to grow up in a free, violent, and safe environment to contribute in order for them to contribute to the country's development. She also did say that participation of children in various issues pertaining to their rights is critical, as it gives them the confidence and skills to enhance their reporting of various abuses. And she also
Yes, Matemba, very encouraging remarks that the Minister of Development and Social Services made regarding this very important event, which is the World Children's Day, which is celebrated annually. And the guest of honor, together with the invited guests and the 3 members of Parliament that are here present, have just gone out just to take a group photo, and later on business begins, and they will be able to watch what the children will be doing. So this program at Timbo should also make mention that it's divided into 2 parts. The first part was official opening, and as we are talking right about now, the bells are ringing, which means that we'll be able to witness the entrance of the Honorable Madam Speaker's procession. They will be making their entrance to the chamber. Or should I say Madam Speaker or Mr. Speaker, because we had 2 speakers during the rehearsals, but hopefully everything goes as plans during what took place during the rehearsals. So 2 events. Earlier on we had the Youth Parliamentary Academy, which was officially launched by Madam First Deputy Speaker, and now we just witnessed the Minister of Community Development and Social Services, Honorable Doreen Mwamba, officially opening this, and I'm looking forward. I'm very excited to hear the debates that will be coming from the young people coming from different parts of this country.
Yes, Posent, indeed. I'm sure everyone is looking forward to hearing what the children will be debating on. It's so interesting to to watch young children debate on such matters. And like we earlier mentioned, that earlier on we did see the Honorable Minister of Community Development and Social Services officially opening the 2024 National Children Parliament, which will be bringing together children representing 10 provinces of Zambia, including government officials, NGOs, members of the Joining Forces Alliance, and also the private sector to foster stronger partnerships and ensure that children's voices are heard in all sectors of society. And so it's quite interesting watching children at a young age debating on issues like this.
So these children that you see that are seated, the honorable members of parliament that are seated in the chamber at this particular time, they're coming from different parts of the country, and they were accompanied by teachers and babes from different districts, just to make sure that everything is in place. And remember, it is celebrated or commemorated under the theme Inclusive, Relevant and Quality Education for a Better Future of Every Child in Zambia. Just know that it is a World Children's Day, which is commemorated annually on November 20th, and it is a global day of action for children, by children, marking the 35th anniversary of the Convention on the Rights of the Children in Zambia. The day is being commemorated through National Children's Parliament and platform that empowers children to voice their concerns and share progressive ideas about issues affecting their lives and engaging in decision making. That's the reason why in Zambia it is dubbed relevant, inclusive, relevant and quality education for a better future for every child in Zambia. So the honorable members that are already seated here will be given an opportunity to debate and hear their views and concerns regarding the subject that is under a debate this morning.
Yes, President, and so anytime from now we'll be seeing the leader of government business, who are the children, making their way to the chamber just for business to begin, as we look forward to hearing what these children will be debating on right here on Parliament television.
So we do have members that have, like I mentioned, coming from different parts of the country. We do have Luapula being represented, Mochinga, Northern, Western Province, we have Eastern Province, we also have Southern Province, Northwestern, Central Province, and Lusaka Province as well. Copper Belt, as you can see on your screen, that's the Speaker's procession making way to the chamber, signifying the commencement of today's Children Parliament. Keep watching Parliament.
Honorable members of the Children's Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight for one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us, O her people, join as one brother. eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, O one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, O one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessings descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interest you have committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, before we get into the business for this session of Parliament, I wish to welcome you all to this august house. I also wish to join the nation in the celebrating 60 years of independence. This house is happy to be part of the Diamond Jubilee Independence celebrations. Let me take this opportunity to urge all honorable members to take the business of the house seriously and debate passionately on behalf of the people of Zambia that we serve. I invite you to exercise your freedom of speech and debate without fear. You are most welcome once again, and I wish you all very fruitful deliberations. I thank you. Notice of motion. The Honorable Member for Dudumwezi, Ms. Cindy Lumbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House urges the government to make the national budget reflect an inclusive and relevant budget that provides for quality education for a better future of every child in Zambia. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Is the motion seconded?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Wongani Shema from Milanzi constituency. I second the motion.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Chipata Central, Ms. Wongani Hilema. The question is that this House urges the government to make the national budget reflect an inclusive and relevant budget that provides for quality education for a better future of every child in Zambia. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Dudumwezi, Ms. Cindy Lumbia.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the education sector in Zambia lacks the resilience to continue teaching and learning during emergencies like the COVID-19 pandemic and the most recent cholera pandemic. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 national budget, 31.1 billion kwacha, which is approximately 14% of the education function. Of this amount, Mr. Speaker, 2.3 billion kwacha is for grants to early childhood, primary, and secondary school to continue providing free education to our children. Mr. Speaker, a further 120 million kwacha is allocated to continued improvement of healthcare management information system. Mr. Speaker, to ensure accessibility, the government is ensuring that schools are accessible to children. This is done by building infrastructure closer to the children and ensuring that resources are available to aid teaching are available. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget plans to recruit 2,000 new teachers, to improve the teacher-pupil ratio, to enhance the educational framework. This is part of government's efforts to provide quality, inclusive, and relevant education for every child in Zambia. In the 2025 national budget, Mr. Speaker, 2.6 billion kwacha is allocated for construction of 120 secondary schools and completion of stalled hostel projects. To ensure that children keep focused in school, to improve learning outcomes, the government has introduced the school feeding program, which 534.4 million kwacha is allocated to improve this program. These investments, Mr. Speaker, aim to create the robust educational framework that addresses immediate needs and lays the foundation for growth and development in Zambia. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chipata Central, Ms. Wongani Lema.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Wongani Lema from Milanzi constituency, Katete, Eastern Province. Mr. Speaker, the government should consider building more special unit schools. Because why I say so, in my province, Eastern Province, we only have one special school, and that is Maguero School of the Deaf and Blind. Mr. Speaker, another thing, the infrastructure is not well built. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further debate? I will now call upon the Honorable MP, Mr. Musonda John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Musonda John from Mansa Central constituency. Mr. Speaker, to start with, I would like to stress out that the education sector is not just any other regular sector, but rather an investment to a nation. And that is why a nation that is looking for development must invest more in the education sector. Mr. Speaker, and because of this, I suggest that 14.5% of the national budget is just too small to be allocated to such a major sector. Mr. Speaker, if we compare what other countries that are well-to-do have allocated to the education sector, you will see that indeed education sector help in the development of a country. For example, in South Africa, they have allocated 19.8% of their national budget to the education sector. And in Kenya, 30%. And in Botswana, 22%. And Botswana now has a literacy rate of 88%. That means only 12% of people from Botswana are illiterate. Mr. Speaker, you agree with me that these countries are one of the most developed countries in Africa, if you search. Mr. Speaker, and because of this, I suggest that a country that is looking for development must invest more in the education sector. Of course, yes, health is important, but without education, will you have any doctors, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, and it is because of this, additionally, I suggest that recruiting 2,000 teachers in the 2025 budget will not be enough to reduce the teacher-pupil ratio. Mr. Speaker, the normal pupil-teacher ratio that is required is 1 to 45 at primary and 1 to 35 at secondary. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you do the math, recruiting 2,000 teachers, that means only 90,000 of the affected pupils will affect the normal teacher-pupil ratio. And amongst them, there are a lot of people who are not enjoying such. And Mr. Speaker, what we're looking at inclusiveness, where everyone, we're looking at quality and relevant education for every child. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I suggest that 2,000 teachers are just too small. It's just too small a number to be recruited next year to reduce the pupil-teacher ratio. And because of this, I beg to rest.
Any further debate? The Honorable Ryan Kafundanga.
Thank you. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity just to add on a voice on behalf of good people for Solwezi West. Mr. Speaker, according to the Maputo Declaration, it is not enough to allocate 14.5 in 2020 in the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, I have noted that there is a decrease in the Ministry of Education percentage allocation. In 2024, the allocation was 15.7. The 2025 budget, the allocation is 14.5%. This means that the 2025 budget has not met the Maputo Declaration. Mr. Speaker, I will lay the document on the table. I'm going to lay the document on the table to show that the allocation for 2025 budget, the percentage has decreased. Mr. Speaker, in addition, Mr. Speaker, sir, how can you talk about equity when the allocation is not? How can you talk about equity when the free education funds are not allocated equitably? Early education centers and primary school receive meager finances as compared to secondary schools. Then you call that equity. I there urge the government to do more on the Ministry of Education in order to promote the they urge the government to do more towards education to promote inclusive, relevant, and quality education. I am in support of
Point
the
of
motion.
order has been raised.
Is the Honorable Member of Parliament allowed to use a script?
Honorable MP, you may take your seat. Any further debate? The Honorable MP, you are not supposed to remain standing when a fellow MP is on the floor. Honorable MP, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I suggest that the government should put more money in education to promote inclusive and relevant quality education.
Honorable MP, you may take your seat. Any further debate? Honorable Mapeketi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me a chance to express my concern. Supporting the motion, my name is Mwapeketi from Northern Province, Bukasha constituency. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the right to education for persons with disabilities is recognized in Article 24 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, CRPD. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that this right is being violated due to discrimination. Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge the government to create sensitization programs where they can educate the communities where these different able children are coming from. During these sensitization programs, Mr. Speaker, I would also urge the government to include ending this issue of parents who have differently able children from shying away from taking these children to schools because they are depriving them of the right to education. Mr. Speaker, not only that, the government should venture into creating platforms where different able children can interact with other able children, which will boost their confidence. And if it boosts their confidence, they will have a sense of security and a sense of acceptance in the society. Mr. Speaker, these sensitization programs are necessary because they will reflect an inclusive on every child with special needs in Zambia. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
I'll call upon Honorable Pemba Grace. Sorry. I will call upon the Honorable Member Chama Awadia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for according the people of Zoena constituency a voice to be heard in the August House. Mr. Speaker, my name is Chama Elena Walia, area member of Luena constituency. Looking at the motion at hand, the current budget is reflecting on the inclusivity and relevance of equality education of every child in Zambia. First of all, I would like to commend the government for the good policies that they have brought in. They have really brought in the very good policies that we can even brag about. But these policies have brought in their own challenges, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, as a result of free education policy, which is a very positive thing, but it breeds another challenge, which is lack of enough classrooms, space for every pupil in class. In my recent visit to a few schools in my constituency, I found children learning under a tree, which wasn't very good because of the conditions of the school. And this can affect them when it comes to bad weathers like rainfalls and other weathers that may come. I will submit my document. I will lay it on the table, Mr. Speaker. Another positive aspect that I wish to commend the New Dawn government for is the massive teacher recruitment. They deserve a pat on the back for this because in the past, there is no government that has ever done this. But I would like to pose a question to the Minister of Education, Honorable Douglas Yakalima. My question comes as a result of visiting a few schools where I found Nangula Primary School with 2 teachers, despite having 3 streams at each grade level from grade 1 to 7. My question is, where are the 30,000, 7,000, and 2,000 teachers that were recruited in the past years? With these 2 issues, may the government explain to the House how quality would be attained when we have such problems? I will lay my document on the table.
I will now call upon Machona Mulungushi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to represent the people of my constituency, Mukaiga constituency of Katete District, Eastern Province. My name is Honorable Machona Mulungushi. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the government first and give it a pat on the back for what it has done so far. We appreciate the government for allocating 2.3 billion to the education sector to continue supporting free education, and allocating money for CDF students to provide bursaries for students who are at boarding schools. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pose a question. As much as money is being brought into CDF, when you look at my constituency, Mr. Speaker, I'll give an example of my constituency. A lot of money is being pumped by CDF to support children at boarding schools and give them bursaries, those who are not able to. But, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, only 3 children from boarding schools have been able to access this, and they're the only ones who actually put forth papers so that they should have that bursary. And what would be the cause of that, Mr. Speaker? Lack of sensitization. Mr. Speaker, as I was looking at the budget, I have not seen anywhere where it is written sensitization. Mr. Speaker, how can people utilize something that they do not know of? Where there is fire, there is smoke. But, Mr. Speaker, there is fire and there is a lot of money, but the smoke is not being seen, which is not right. The members of my constituency are suffering, and they do not know, because Eastern Province is one of the most remote provinces here in Zambia, and it lacks sensitization. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge the Ministry of Education and ask the Minister of Finance to actually put into account and consider trying to put sensitization as a major thing in my constituency. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to speak about is that, yes, of course, we like to appreciate the government that it is indeed trying to empower people in our constituency and giving them contracts to procure desks. But the desks that are being procured are of low standard and of low quality, because just in 1 week after receiving the desks, they start shattering and children are back sitting on the floors. Mr. Speaker, is that right? At the end of the day, it's work done is equals to 0, Mr. Speaker. And the members of my constituency want this to be looked at. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
I now call upon Honorable Aaron Makina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for according me this opportunity to express my views. Mr. Speaker, sir, my name is Aaron Makina, representing Kawe Central constituency in Central Province. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have seen the strive of government and its resilience to provide inclusive and quality education through...
Order. Shall we all rise?
Thank you, honorable members. We are joined by the Right Honorable Madam Speaker. would like to just say a word of encouragement to us. Honorable.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable members. We may take our seats. Honorable members of Children's Parliament, I am delighted to join you just to give you a word of encouragement. I am particularly delighted about the motion on the floor. Indeed, an inclusive, relevant, and quality education for every child in Zambia cannot be overemphasized. Education is the best equalizer, regardless of one's background. I am a beneficiary myself of free education. So you can see what free education can do to each one if we just allow ourselves and receive and pay attention to our school. It must therefore be accessible to all. Free education must be accessible to all. And I was following the debates. You are doing very well. This is why this motion is very important. I encourage you to debate freely and passionately and without fear. The government is listening. I wish you a very fruitful deliberations. I thank you.
The honorable member, you may proceed.
We have seen government strive and resilience to bring about quality and relevant education through implementation of policies and its actions, of course. We have seen government strive through this. Firstly, I would like to read out the following points for us. The government has shown its resilience through implementation of the new curriculum and funding of this same curriculum. I'm sure that will prove to be quality education. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
I would now call upon the Honorable Rebecca Moyo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Moyo Rebecca, Honorable Member of Parliament from Kawe Central Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing the motion with the following points. The government is not doing enough in terms of allocation of funds. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, there is a lack of science labs and there's lack of equipment to use during practical. Mr. Speaker, we should not just talk the talk, but we should walk the talk. Mr. Speaker, if we want the nation to be developed, there should be a balance between the theory part and the practical part. As they say, practice makes perfect. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, as the budget is being made, the government should put into consideration the areas where there's urgent need. For example, in Kawa, where there's weed pollution, Mr. Speaker, the schools need adequate water, of which some schools in my constituency do not have adequate water. For example, I may state my secondary school. Mr. Speaker, there is also a need of putting pavers in schools. For example, my secondary school, St. Mary's Secondary School, or let me say it's a combined secondary school, and other schools, there are no pavers, of which, as science has proved that lead pollution, it affects the mind of the learners, hence poor performance. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
I would now call.
Mr. Speaker, I'm also recommending that the government must invest and upgrade buildings and maintain existing schools and build new ones to provide conducive learning Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
I now call upon the Honorable Robson Katongo.
7,221 teachers. In 2025, the government is planning to recruit about 2,000 teachers. Mr. Speaker, we can see that the government is trying its level best to end the teacher-pupil ratio. The second point is that the government has introduced the free education policy, which has given a chance to each child in the rural or urban areas to go back to school. This has encouraged me to say that I encourage the government to continue with this hard work because education is the best equalizer and is the key to success. Thank you.
I'll call upon the Honorable Chanda Tami.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, it has been observed that the allocation of funds to the education sector has increased from 10.4% in 2022 to 14.5% in 2025. With the coming in of the free education policy, there has been an increase in the pupil-teacher ratio, Mr. Speaker, but the able government is trying its level best. Mr. Speaker, sir, part of the 14.5% which was allocated to the education sector, 80.3 million kwacha has been used to recruit 2,000 teachers, Mr. Speaker. The government has expanded the Keep Girls in School program to address challenges girls face, such as early marriages and menstrual hygiene management. Mr. Speaker, sir, I submit.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Mutemera Farai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak and voice out the voice of the people of Solwezi Central Constituency. My name is Honorable Farai Kondwani Elias Zero Mutemera, representing the people of Solwezi Central. Honorable members of the House and Mr. Speaker, I would like first to appreciate the government for what they are doing, mostly in the environment as well as the education sector. We can see to say that my main focus, actually, just to mention, is the infrastructure part, the money that has been allocated to the infrastructure side. We can see that in the year 2023, 651 million was allocated to infrastructure. Later on, we had 275 million being allocated to the to infrastructure, which is school and university, which reduced, not knowing what the reasons were. But at the end of the day, we can say to say that it has increased immensely from 275 million to 2.5 billion. For that, we appreciate the government. But at the end of the day, the question is that money enough to cater for the entire country? Because Solwezi Central Constituency itself we do not have any recreational facilities whatsoever, and then there is the unfinished blocks buildings in many schools. For instance, Tumvanganai Secondary School. Tumvanganai Secondary School has a block 1x5, which has been there for the past 5 years now, and it has not been finished. And that as well is a reaching...
A point of order has been raised.
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
member, you may take your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, is it in order for the honorable member to use the term whatever in the parliament? Thank you.
What was the point of order? Can you repeat yourself?
Is it in order for the honorable member to use the term "so whatever" in the parliament?
The honorable member is in order. Honorable Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, Tumvangana Secondary School in Solwezi Central Constituency has a 1x5 block that has not been finished for the past 5 years now. And as a result, we are having 2 class sessions. And you might find to say that the grade 12 examination classes as well as the grade 9, they're going in the morning, then the other grades are going in the afternoon. And you'd find to say that the ones that are going in the afternoon only have less time to learn because their lesson starts from 1 p.m. up to 5:45 p.m. And you find to say that one period, normal duration is 45 minutes, but they are learning up to 30, sometimes 35 minutes if it's inadequate, which is not in addition to what we are saying, improving quality education. How can someone have quality education when they are learning in the time that they are not supposed to learn? As much as they are learning in 40 minutes, one single period, they are also supposed to do practical. Can someone learn and do practical in 30 minutes, which is a no? As well as university, Mr. Speaker. There is no university in Solwezi, not just in Solwezi, Northwestern at large. What is the government doing about that? There's 2.5 billion here, but at the end of the day, that has to cater for the entire country, not just Northwestern and Solwezi in particular. Another school, Mr. Speaker, is Mitukutuku Secondary School, which also has a block 1.5.
Order. Your time has elapsed. Please take your seat.
Thank
I will now call upon the Honorable Martin Mafuta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Martin Mafta Nyirongo from Choma Central Constituency. Mr. Speaker, according to the 2025 budget, page number 29, on public and safety, point number 152, government is to allocate a colossal amount of 8.4 billion, or 3.9% of the 3.9% of the budget towards public order and safety. Function of this amount, 217.8 million, is for the implementation of integrated national registration and information system. This is therefore making a secure environment for learning. If you allow me to quote from the Ministry of Education Strategic Plan 2025 to 2022 to 2026, page number 16, point number 3.
Point of order. A point of order has been raised.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is the honorable member in order to be using a phone in the chamber?
The honorable member is in order. The rules of this house allows the usage of phones if there is definite proof. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point 3.2.3.2 states, the strategy and other interventions, practical practices and programs seek both inclusive and adapted to Zambia's needs, ensuring that equity issues such as those concerning gender, orphans, the vulnerable children, adults, literacy, teenage pregnancies, rural, urban, and school health, and natural and nutrition are well supported. The interventions include the school reentry policy, affirmative action, and HIV and AIDS work policy. Mr. Speaker, I herefore submit that this is proof that government is doing its utmost best to ensure this nation receives equal, relevant, and quality education. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
I will now call upon the Honorable Helen Tembo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity for my voice to be heard in the August House. Mr. Speaker, proposing to this motion, I am Honorable Helen Tembo from the Kanyama constituency, specifically in Lusaka province. Mr. Speaker, despite the government giving us free education, there are still some things which the government hasn't yet done. For example, let's look at those in rural areas. Girls in rural areas can't cover the distance to go to school. As you can see, let's say in a certain village, there's only one school, and that school is far from where the girls live. As you can see, the girls might not be able to go to school, and because of this, their parents just choose to marry them off. Number 2, school grants. In my constituency, I've seen that school grants aren't being used properly. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, instead of the school grants to be used to buy resources in the school, they're being used for the staff meetings. So I can urge the government to employ people who can monitor how the money is being used.
Order in the House.
Number 3, combined schools. Yes, it is good to have schools which have the primary section and the secondary section in one whole school. But, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about sanitation in that school. Let's say there are only 8 toilets in the school, and then there are many children in that school. How would they handle that sanitation? So, Mr. Speaker, in those schools whereby the primary section and the secondary section are both together, I urge the government to build more toilets so that the pupils can manage the sanitation. Mr. Speaker, with these few points of mine, I submit.
I'll now call upon Luyando Mwemba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Luyando Mwemba, Honorable Member for Kembe Constituency. I'm representing the people of Chivombo District, Central Province. Mr. Speaker, I'm opposing to the motion due to the following reason. Mr. Speaker, the government is aware that inclusive and quality education is not a privilege, but is a fundamental right. As a result of this, Mr. Speaker, the government has increased the budget from 27.4 billion to 31.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is showing that the government is really working hard so that all the schools which are in need of resources can have adequate resources to use, and all the resources which the schools need to use. Mr. Speaker, the government, through the social cash transfer, has come up with the program of Keep Girls in School. Mr. Speaker, this program is helping the girls who are vulnerable to have resources to use at school, as well as to sponsor them when they are done with school. With these points, Mr. Speaker, we can see that the government is really trying the best. And Mr. Speaker, my recommendation is just to tell the government to continue working hard, because it is really trying to work hard, though we are facing challenges as the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will now call upon Wila Kaunda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Kunda Wila, Honorable Member of Kawata Constituency. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Members of Parliament, can strong accountability and transparency bring standard schools to rural learners? We have found cases whereby iskulu yalilepuka, meaning that schools are damaged, but learners are still learning there, and they are required to produce the same results as me, who is in Lusaka, proper learning infrastructures, comfortably sitting. Mr. Speaker, looking at the motion, I think that the budget is not inclusive. The budget is not inclusive due to it segregating learners from the rural areas. We're looking at situations of financial auditing. In Zambia, majority of learning institutions have got weak and inadequate audit and orientation for financial procedures. Mr. Speaker, this has lessened the progressive rate of the public to service relationships. Mr. Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, we have the power to act now. because our choices reflect on the future. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
I'll now call upon Ellen, the Honorable Ellen Sanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, but there's a mistake. My name is Evelyn Sanga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the chance to voice out my opinions in this august House. I will be representing Material constituency under Save the Children. I am urging the government to let every child feel comfortable and safe in their school environments, Mr. Speaker. The government should know that children are learning or spending most of their time in schools in a place where they are not safe enough, Mr. Speaker. Most parents are hesitating to send their children to schools in my constituency due to the fact that my constituency has a lot of dangers around it, Mr. Speaker. As a concerned member of parliament, I am urging the government to build shields where kindness, comfortability, and safeguarding of children lies for better quality education in Zambia. Here are my call to actions, Mr. Speaker. I am urging the government to deploy police officers or soldiers in schools for protection of learners. I know the government gives grants to schools to employ guards, but the schools are not employing professional people. They are employing unprofessional people due to misuse of funds, Mr. Speaker. These guards end up either stealing from the school or having sexual intercourse with the learners with or without their consent, which can be called rape or defilement, Mr. Speaker. I am coming from a girls' school where we have male guards and no female guards, Mr. Speaker, which is very dangerous for us girls. We are urging the government to tell
The point of order has been raised.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would love clarity from the people on your left because they constantly keep on repeating that from their schools, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, are you now allowing grade 5s in your August House, Mr. Speaker? Not honorable members, Mr. Speaker. A very stressful reading is needed, Mr. Speaker, I said.
I'm sure the Honorable MP was representing the school in her constituency. Therefore, she is in order. Honorable member, please continue.
As I was saying, us having male guards and no female guards is very dangerous for us girl children. Secondly, I am urging the government to construct proper roads in school areas. In Material constituency, most schools do not have proper roads in front of them, making it easier for accidents to happen. I will give an example of myself. I was almost hit by a car in front of my school due to the fact that our roads is damaged. I submit.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Justina Daka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Justina Daka from Kembe constituency, Chipombo district. Mr. Speaker, in Chipombo district, there are no, in schools, there are no proper toilets and water. For example, at my school, we have no water. At our place, in Chipombo district, power comes at around 22, 23, and goes at around 0405, and at our school.
0405, there's no water. So children are forced to go to a nearby pump to go and to fetch water. It's really dangerous. Sometimes you find that pump, they tell you no fetching water here. So you have to cross the road to go to the other side. It's really dangerous for us children. And
point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Simkoko Kundananji. I just want to know if the Honorable is in order, because I don't know the side where she is. She's defending the opposing side instead of the proposing side, the point she's giving. So I don't know if she's in order.
The honorable member is free to debate in the manner that she wants. Therefore, she is in order. Order in the House. Order.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. And other schools at my constituency, we don't have proper toilets. We find that in a school, there are toilets that are really dirty, and it's really dangerous for pupils. You'll find that they are sick of cholera, very bad diseases. So it's really bad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will now call upon the honorable member, Hope Kunda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Honorable Hope Kunda, representing Kabwe Central Constituency. I am opposing to the motion because there is no inclusive and quality education. Girls in rural areas face challenges including early marriages, and the household responsibilities often force them to drop out of schools. Lack of information about and access to sexual and reproductive health and rights subject women and girls to health risk and unintended pregnancies. Poverty is one of the greatest barriers to girls' education in developing. Solution to this problem: UNICE works with community.
The audience like that.
Honorable MP. Order. The honorable MP is free to debate in the way she wants. So therefore, she is in order. The honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, that government and partners to remove barriers to girls' education and promote gender equality in education. The government must make sure they give girls the financial support and success they need to stay in schools. We all know that education is an equalizer, both women and men. I submit.
I will now call upon the Honorable Mwelwa Chilufya.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Speaker, for granting me the honor to represent the people of my constituency. My name is Chilufya Mwelwa Bupe, coming from Kwasama Central Malole constituency, representing the people of Northern Province. Members of the Parliament, I stand here to propose to the given motion for the following reasons.
To begin with, there is poor road maintenance. Members of the parliament, one very fact we should look at is that children in the rural areas, specifically Mungwi district, Chilubi district, as well as Senga Hill district, are forced to remove their shoes when going to school, members of the parliament. Reason being there is poor road network. Members of the house, one thing is this: they take off their shoes because of the muddy puddles as well as the stagnant water that is in their areas. Members of the parliament, indeed, how can a person reach school with such poor maintenance? Members of the house, indeed, the motion is talking about inclusive, relevant, as well as quality education. But there is no quality education when when the children of my constituency cannot reach schools in poor conditions, members of the parliament. One thing I urge government is that indeed they have looked at infrastructure, including the people with differently abled manners, members of the house, also including many people of different areas. But government really hasn't looked at the road maintenance.
MP, please be slower so that everyone can understand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, as I was saying, government has looked at infrastructure as well as the people that are differently abled. But indeed, government hasn't really looked upon the road maintenance, especially in the rural areas. My people from my constituency have indeed been complaining that, yes, roads from home to school is very difficult to cross around. Members of the house, the other concern that I'm having is one of the people from Msunda and Malela villages. Members of the house, government is planning on creating about 120 secondary schools, members of the house, of which we are grateful and thankful to government. But of the 120 secondary schools, in Sunda and Malela schools do not even have any schools there, members of the parliament. And there are settlers of 200 people in each state. Now, members of the parliament, if really government is looking at inclusive and relevant education, but neglecting those people that are living in those areas, members of the house, how is education being attained in each and every state? Members of the parliament, one other very fact that we should look at is early child marriages. Members of the parliament, I had a privilege to talk to one of the head teachers from my constituency, from Mungwi district as well, members of the parliament. He stated that the problem that is happening at my school, indeed, members of the parliament, is that children are being married off at an early stage. And this is happening due to lack of sexual comprehensive teachers in schools. Members of the parliament, indeed, if government from the recruitment of the 2,000 new teachers would actually include teachers for sexual and comprehensive education, of course, it shall be a better Zambia for both me and for you and for the people from my constituency. Members of the parliament, I indeed believe that this problem of early marriages will come to an end if there was an inclusion of early sexual comprehensive teachers. With this evidence and with these points, I do like to submit.
I'll call upon the Honorable Simenda Nachula.
Mr. Speaker, today is an important day for the people of Mungu Central Constituency to speak to the government through you. I, Nalucha Smenda, representing the people of Mungu Central Constituency, appreciate the moment given to them. Mr. Speaker, the current national budget's alignment with inclusive, relevant, and quality education for every child in Zambia is a pressing concern. While government has made efforts to improve the quality of education, challenges still persist in ensuring quality education for all. And these are the challenges: upgrading basic schools to secondary schools without required facilities such as labs, classrooms, and quality sanitation. Mr. Speaker, where I'm coming from, Mungu Central, we have the good school. Where I'm coming from, Imwiko Secondary School, it was upgraded as a secondary school years ago. But up to now, it doesn't have even one lab, neither for ICT, HE, or science. But still more, the ECZ people still go there and collect SBA's results, to which the SBA's must be done in where? In labs, to which it is not fair, Mr. Speaker. Also, Imwiko is the best school in Western Province, but still more other secondary school is depending on 2 blocks of classes, to which is not fair, and it has many pupils. Mr. Speaker, there is poor sanitation. Schools such as Imwiko are located in town, near Lusaka, Mungu Road, but still more, they're still using temporary toilets, without flushable toilets. Teachers are stranded, pupils are stranded, everybody is stranded.
The other point, Mr. Speaker, is delayment of funds. Yes, we appreciate the government is doing its point. It's doing its 100% mark.
Point of order has been raised.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you. Is it correct for the honorable member to be using the term still more in the parliament?
May you repeat yourself?
I was saying, is it in order for the honorable member to be using the term still more in the chamber?
May not help the schools in doing the appropriate operations. The last point I heard from my fellow honorables about they are mentioning girls, girls, girls. And my last point here will be leaving a boy child behind. I'm coming from a boys' school, and we have realized that many programs are for girls only. Even some organizations are coming in numbers, just supporting girls, leaving the boy child behind, to which the boys are now becoming a problem, junkies in the streets. And for that, it's not inclusive. And Mr. Speaker, if I may ask, is there any inclusiveness on that part? Mr. Speaker, inclusiveness is the right for all children, irrespective of their tribe, color, age, or gender. For that, I would like the government to know that children are the future leaders for tomorrow. I thank you.
I will now call upon the Honorable Member, Felix Kapasa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this singular honor to voice out. My name is Honorable Kapasa Felix, Member of Parliament for Mambilima Constituency. Mr. Speaker, it is with great honor that I say that there is no need to urge the government on anything concerning the national budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, when we look at inclusive does not only talk about those that are disabled, but also caters for those that have different financial backgrounds and statuses. Being a caring government, we have set aside 2.3 billion for grants and student loans. This amount of money is going to cater for those children that are vulnerable financially, those that are not able to support themselves financially. Mr. Speaker, when you look at relevance, relevance simply means education must be important and have a mark in someone's life. Being a caring government, 150 million has been put for the implementation of the new curriculum. And when you look at the new curriculum, Mr. Speaker, you may find that skills are being emphasized in this new curriculum, meaning every child, when they grow up, they will be self-reliant because they learned some skills while they were in school. This will provide relevance education, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you talk of quality, quality deals with standard infrastructure and well equipment. So for that, 2.6 billion has been spent for the infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I urge all the members of Parliament in the August House not to complain that the money is too small, because the members always say, "Oko kwete, oko wamina pwembwa," meaning whatever you have is what you are going to use is what you are going to utilize in every problem you have. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the money that we have as a country. We are not going to steal and find other resources, because this is what we made in the... Mr. Speaker, with these concrete points, I submit.
I would now call upon the Honorable Member, Irene Monde.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Lead children taking part in prostitution, drug abuse, which will not develop the country and the nation at large. Members of the House, or may I say, Mr. Speaker, For we know that children are the future leaders of tomorrow. But if they continue taking part in drug abuse, prostitution, how are they going to be able to manage, how are they going to be able to develop the country? That's why a wise man once said, and his name is Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world and the country at large. I rest my case.
I will now call upon the Honorable Member, KB Mulea.
Giving me time to add my voice on this motion. My name is Mulea KB, representing the people of Mbabala constituency. Mr. Speaker, I support the government that for now the government is doing fine. Mr. Speaker, apart from what the government is doing, what else do you expect the government to do? I say so due to the following points. Inclusivity. Mr. Speaker, over 1.3 million youths are at school. Inclusive doesn't only mean people with disabilities, but including those who are young, old, and all the people. Another practical example, inclusive education is there in Zambia. Me here, I'm disabled, but I'm at school. What kind of inclusive education do you want other than this one? I now move to my second point. Mr. Speaker, relevancy. So far, there's relevant education in Zambia through the introduction of the new curriculum, which will help learners to do things practically. If I may ask, what do you expect a learner to benefit from Shaka, Musirikas? Nothing. But this lovely government has introduced the new curriculum to ensure that learners do things skillfully, and relevance education is there. The government is, through CDF, is trying to offer materials to special schools. This government is caring because even children with disabilities are included. So far, the government brought desks at one of the schools in Choma Central Constituency, St. Remember Special School. The government is supporting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will now call upon the Honorable Member, Miriam Posa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I am Honorable Miriam Maposa from Chisamba constituent. My recommendation is reducing in poverty and inequality. Access to quality education is one of the most powerful tools in reducing poverty. Mr. Speaker, when children are equipped with knowledge and skills, they are more likely to secure stable employment, lift themselves out of poverty, and contribute to the growth of their community. I submit. Thank you.
I now call upon the Honorable Joshua Chisenga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Joshua Chisenga Mofia, coming from Chongwe constituency. The reason why I'm proposing to this motion are the following reasons which I have. 1, government lacks proper infrastructure for half of the schools in Chongwe. In Chongwe constituency, some schools don't have proper infrastructure for the disabled people. For example, in some schools, we do not have
weary ramps. So the only way for people with wheelchairs, we have to carry them throughout. We also have to find ways of improving the way schools are made. We do not have proper materials that are used for the schools. Let's say we do not have material that is used for sign language, unless they have to find a proper teacher from a different school to use the sign language, not only for the disabled, but for the people elsewhere. We also have more reasons, like the girls that are at our school. The girls that are there, they always want to be hygienic by taking showers due to their menstrual periods. But from their menstrual periods, our school, the infrastructure is poor, so the bathrooms are not complete. So they have to go from school to school, which is not nearby ours, in order to take a shower. Thank you.
The people of Chisamba constituency. Mr. Speaker, sir, I strongly oppose to the motion at hand. Mr. Speaker and my fellow honorable members, the government is already reflecting relevant, inclusive, and quality education. An example I can give is the government giving an opportunity to young parliamentarians representing various respective constituencies who have been assigned or given the liberty to assemble and present the views and needs of their special people in their respective constituencies. My fellow members, the government is really trying to promote relevancy. A practical example is us being here. These are not our positions. The government is really trying to hear our voice by giving us an opportunity to be here. My next point, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that the government has also implemented policies which ensure equal access to quality education to all children regardless of ability or background. An example, Mr. Speaker, I can give is the free education policy, which gives or still giving an opportunity to every child regardless of his or her economic background to be educated. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government has also implemented special policies like the re-entry policy, which gives an opportunity to a girl to get back in school after facing what come may. My question still stands to the honorable members of the August House. Isn't that a way of reflecting inclusiveness? Of course it is. I submit.
I now call upon the Honorable Chelsea Changwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the great privilege to actually voice out my views in the August House. My name is Honorable Chelsea Changwa, representing Livingston constituency in Livingston District. Mr. Speaker, I would love to applaud the government for a huge investment in the educational sector. I hereby have a great concern about my constituency. Mr. Speaker, there is a school called Heman Minor, primarily known as SOS. The school was once owned by it was a private school, but now it was pronounced, it was under government in 2020. It was pronounced under government in 2020. Mr. Speaker, the school was extended to senior secondary. With the policy of free education, Mr. Speaker, a lot of pupils have been enrolled in the school. Mr. Speaker, through the policy of free education, a lot of pupils have been enrolled in the school. Thereby, I urge the government to build more blocks for the school. I submit.
I will now call upon the Honorable Faith Luipa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. My name is Honorable Faith Luipa of Wacha constituency. I strongly oppose to this motion because I believe the government is doing its level best. Mr. Speaker, government increased allocations of fund from 27.4 billion kwacha to 31.5 billion kwacha to address issues of school grants, school infrastructure, recruitment of teachers, but to mention a few. This shows the commitment, the zeal, and the passion that the government has to bringing quality, inclusive, and relevant education to all the children of Zambia, because they know that investing in children's education today is essential because those children will shape our country. And will bring development to various sectors of the country. But we have to bear in mind that development will never happen in one day. Development is not a sudden change. Rather, it is a gradual process which takes time. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
I will now call upon the Honorable Mukukawalia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this given opportunity. My name is Honorable Mukukawala, representing Chinsali constituency. Mr. Speaker, the government has granted 2.3 billion to early child education, primary, secondary, and tertiary education. To continue providing free education, the government has ensured that it is accessible in each and every part of Zambia, and it is accessible to each and every child in school. Not forgetting people living with disabilities, more special facilities are built in each and every part of Zambia to ensure that they also get access to education. And by this, you can be assured that inclusiveness is really there. Mr. Speaker, the government has spent 150 million kwacha in the implementation of new national education curriculum at grade 1 and Form 1, formerly known as grade 8, which will promote long life learning, entrepreneurship, and practical skills required by industries. Mr. Speaker, the government has allocated 2.6 billion kwacha in the education infrastructure, of which 1.6 billion is for the construction of 120 secondary schools, and the rest, 300.5 million, is for the completion of the unfinished projects or industrial universities and other incomplete facilities.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker. No information.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, to improve the teacher ratio, the government has allocated 80.3 million for the recruitment of 2,000 teachers to ensure that there is good quality education given to learners in schools. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, the government has partnered with the local government or the local council to ensure that good quality or good roads are constructed for easy transportation of learners in schools. Mr. Speaker, by this, you can rest assured that the government is indeed inclusive, relevant, and is trying to look onto the good quality of education accessible or given to learners for them to be able to acquire good education. I submit.
I will now call upon Mwale Enoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity to represent my constituency, that is Mkaika constituency in Eastern Province Katete. We appreciate the government for putting money for infrastructure, but the current budget does not favor learners with special education needs because the infrastructure in most schools do not allow learners that are disabled to move in classes and in ablution blocks because they are built with stairs. And the teachers Mr. Speaker, the teachers which are trained are very few. Like in Katete district, we only have about 20 teachers that are trained to handle special education, and that is not enough, Mr. Speaker. That's when, in that matter, do not favor the quality, inclusive, and relevant education for every child, because it is not attained. For this matter, the government should invest in training more teachers for special education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
I will now call upon the Honorable Olisha Mudenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me the chance to speak for my constituency. I am Honorable Olisha Mudenda, and I am representing Kwasha constituency from Kitwe, Copperbelt Province. Mr. Speaker, I am strongly opposing to this motion, Mr. Speaker, because of the following point. The first one, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I have actually noticed that there are many schools, but a lot of inadequate learning materials in those schools. And those schools are not only primary schools, they are both primary and secondary. In short, they are combined schools, but they have many inadequate learning materials. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm kindly urging the government to look into this. And that's not it, Mr. Speaker. I'm also kindly recommending that the government can consider allocating some funds to some pupils that are in examination classes. Mr. Speaker, I noticed at a certain school in my constituency that during exams, some pupils were passing out and even fainting. Reason being that they were starving and they were also pressurized about the exam. So, like, they fainted and some didn't even write the exam because of that. So, Mr. Speaker, I was urging the government to maybe consider allocating some funds for examination classes pupils, especially vulnerable ones that do not eat where they come from, because most of them were vulnerable ones. So the government should maybe consider cooking a meal for those pupils in examination classes. It's going to be very helpful to them. And I think it will also reduce the failing numbers, because most of them, I think it's the reason why they're failing, Mr. Speaker. And with these few points, Mr. Speaker, I respectively submit. Thank you.
I will now call upon the Honorable Emmanuel Shahuma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to represent Livingston Central constituency. My name is Honorable Emmanuel Shahuma. I'm opposing to the motion because government has helped us a lot through the free education policy, and the employment of teachers shows the effort made by government to increase access to education. Not only that, but in 2023, the Higher Education Loan and Scholarship Board awarded loan to 2,672 students, first-year students at UNZA for the year 2023 academic year. Not only that, but also the Ministry of Technology and Science offered bursaries to successful school leavers in need of financial support for the 2023 academic year. The bursary is focused on science, technical and engineering and mathematical related programs, as well as business and skills. This shows government is investing.
A point of order has been raised.
It's actually a point of information, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable MP, there is no point of information.
Okay, it is a point of
House.
order, Mr. Speaker, because he is not in order. He is prophesying propaganda in the Honorable House of August, because the statistics show that 10,000 students enrolled for bursaries at UNZA University.
Honorable MP, you cannot debate through a point of order. Honorable, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This shows that government is investing in education, which is essential for economic growth and development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will now call upon the Honorable Musonda John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I have already debated.
I'll call upon the Honorable Beatrice Nachalwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I'm Honorable Beatrice Nachalwe, representing Samba constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am proposing to the stated motion because in rural areas there is a shortage of schools. Due to this, the pupils walk long distances to schools, which is barrier to education. Pupils cover long distance to the nearest schools full of tiredness and in some cases dropouts. Mr. Speaker, I am recommending that the government should consider construction of more schools The government should consider construction of more schools to reduce distances between schools. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
I will now call upon the Honorable Gina Nambela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this wonderful privilege to voice out my views. Mr. Speaker, my name is Dina Nambela, an honorable member for Solwezi East Constituency, Northwestern Province. Mr. Speaker, as much as Solwezi is the district headquarters of Northwestern Province, it does not have any boarding schools for girls, neither does it have any boarding schools for boys. And mainly most of the pupils come from far places, and they cannot manage to be walking from and to school every day. If some boarding schools are built in my constituency, it would be better that it would include all the pupils. Definitely, if pupils are walking from and to school, they'll get tired of working, and definitely that will lead to dropout. And if the pupils drop out of school, it will definitely not even be inclusive education. And while the government is considering the building of boarding schools in my constituency, the government should also consider the building of laboratories in my constituency. In a certain school called Mitukutuku, there is a laboratory that had started in 2021. Until now, it is not finished. Definitely, the pupils do not have any laboratory they are using. So definitely, they are just learning irrelevant things that do not even actually have practicals. The other point is that, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, there is lack of learning and teaching materials. Most of the pupils in my constituency are learning from without and not from within. Most of the pupils, like for example, the people that take home management and home economics, they do not have utensils to use in school. Instead, the pupils move from their homes with utensils, coming to school to use them. And definitely that is tiresome, and it is not even quality education for the pupils. If government would definitely consider this and try at least to provide some utensils and learning materials and teaching materials in my constituency, that would be definitely highly appreciated. Therefore, I am definitely urging the government to reflect on relevant quality education for a better future for every child in Zambia. Thank you.
Honorable Yanko Banda.
Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Yanko Banda, representing the Katuba constituency. I'm supporting the motion because, Mr. Speaker, the 2025 national budget isn't inclusive because, and my point will be straightforward, we need inclusive demand of policies with teeth, teachers with tools, curricula with heart, and schools with ramps and technology that speaks everyone's language. Because education is supposed to be inclusive and no one is supposed to be left behind, not even gravity, and that is my call to action. Thank you.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Luyando Mwemba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've already debated.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Grace Hampela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this privilege to represent the people in Moise constituency. My name is Hampela Grace. Mr. Speaker, quite all right. We thank the government for working tirelessly to ensure that the children in Zambia have inclusive, relevant, and quality education. But I feel in my constituency, there are leaving out some gaps, and those gaps are insufficient resource distribution, where resources are not being distributed equitably, where some schools might receive more resources compared to the others. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, child labor. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, a lot of children are being forced to work in farm, home, as well as other dangerous environments, which is not making the education system for the children relevant, because parents in my constituency are infringing the rights to education for the children in Zambia. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but I feel in my constituency the materials for people living with disabilities are not affordable and are not readily available. Where in my constituency you can find that a person who's lame has no wheelchair, and as they go in the toilet, you find them chlorine because they have no wheelchair. With this, you, Mr. Speaker, I submit.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Joy Mulevale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Joy Bulubale from Choba Central Constituency. I propose to the motion that was introduced in the August House by our Honorable Member of Parliament. First of all, I want to thank our President, His Excellency, President Hakainde Hichilema, for bringing free education to our country, Zambia. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 current budget is really inclusive and relevant. Mr. Speaker, government is employing teachers, and like in my school, we have seen desks being exported from the CDF people, and toilets are being built. Mr. Speaker, there are some problems that other children face. Many children in rural areas, or may I say remote areas, have limited access to education. Factors like long distances and insufficient infrastructure. So I urge the government to build more infrastructures in rural areas and implement
Honorable MP.
Sorry, sir.
This House does not allow the reading in the Assembly.
Okay. Implement mobile schools or digital learning platforms. and scholarship. Thank you. I rest my case.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Tukela Sakala. I'll call upon the Honorable Chomba Elisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me an opportunity to propose the motion. My name is Honorable Elisha Chomba. I'm from Malore constituency in Northern Province. I'm proposing to this motion because of one effect or a challenge that many children in that constituency are facing, which is a shortage of health facilities in schools. Mr. Speaker, the government has built health facilities in schools to provide health care, but they are very few. So, for example, in rural and urban areas, if a child is sick, he or she will be advised to go to the nearest health facility or will go home to get some recovery from traditional healing methods or medicine, which is mostly associated in rural areas. Now, what if maybe the child is very sick, has a serious illness, such that he can't even walk? So that one, it will also affect their school. They won't be comfortable because they'll almost concentrate to that person. And if it gets worse as a result, that person may even die. So my question is, how is the government in the national budget for 2025 looking at the provision of health facilities? Because it would be grateful for the government to be building more health facilities in each and every school, both in rural and urban areas. In that case, I raise my case. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Elizabeth Mokola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to act as the voice for my people. Standing before you is Honorable Elizabeth Mokola, representing Pongo Central constituency in Copperbelt. To start with, I would love to appreciate the government in position for working very hard for them to actually provide the relevant quality education for children. However, there are certain challenges that are being faced despite the government working hard. Members of the August House, financial constraints. Government often struggles to allocate sufficient resources to support inclusive education, particularly in areas that have lower socio-economic positions. This can result in lack of infrastructure, materials, and trained teachers. Members of the August House, Mr. Speaker, I'm not an honorable member who speaks from without, but I speak from within. In my constituency, there is a school that was a primary school, but was recently converted to a combined school. It's having primary and secondary education being offered at the same place. But you will find that they only have 4 blocks of classrooms in which the learners attend classes. And at that particular school, there are about 4,000 learners. Members of the August House, do you really think there will be quality education? That is too much of a population. Moreover, it was surveyed that the pupils had confessed to say they mostly run for the desks just for them to actually acquire somewhere to sit as the lessons are being offered. Most of them actually just sit on the floor. The same school only has 2 ablution blocks. Members of this session, you'll find that there will be diseases there, and where is the quality education coming from? Where is the quality education there? Members
the August House. Yes, there is inclusivity, but there is no quality education. Then I would really urge the government to concentrate more on the practical subjects compared to the theoretical subjects, because we're talking about relevancy here. If the government really concentrates on the practical subjects, you find that we'll be attaining skills that my pupils, my people in my constituency will actually be using in the community. So, Mr. Speaker, I submit in those following points.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Nyimbiri Helen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to raise a voice of my people. I'm standing here to oppose to the motion that has been raised today in the House. But firstly, allow me to appreciate our working government, which has provided for each and every child in Zambia to have education, which is free. This government is not sleeping, and it knows what it is doing. Mr. Speaker, firstly, I would like to say Rome was not built in one day. Even development, it can't come like lightning, but it will rather come like a thief coming to rob a house at night. It comes step by step, as the word defines itself, development. We cannot expect the government to provide for each and everything within a slash of a finger. Mr. Speaker, when we look into the budget from 2023, we notice that each and every year there is an increment to how money has been allocated to the education sector. In 2023, we know that it was 21.7 billion that was allocated to the education sector. In 2024, it was 23.7 billion that was allocated to the education sector. And in 2025, we noticed that 28.6 billion was allocated to the education sector. This shows that the government is really making sure that each and every child gets to have what they need. Mr. Speaker, my second point is other sectors. In Zambia, we do not only have the education sector, but have other sectors. So if we only make sure that we add more funds to the education sector, the other sectors are going to go down. We have sectors like the health sector, mining sector, and many more sectors. All these sectors need funds as well. So when making a budget, we make sure that we allocate funds in equilibrium, making sure that each and every sector gets what it needs. With these few points of mine, I submit.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Ernest Kawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to speak to the August House. My name is Kabu Enes, coming from Kasama Central Constituency. Mr. Speaker, with my first point, I am proposing to the motion. Mr. Speaker, with my first point, my honorable members have been talking about equality education. While the pupils who are supposed to be learning in this equality education are dying, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, we need drug awareness campaigns. I'm sad to tell the August House that a pupil last term during the mock exam died due to taking drugs he didn't know. We urge the government to work hand in hand with the Ministry of Health so that they can educate pupils about the badness of taking drugs. Moreover, the Ministry of Education should work hand in hand with the Drug Enforcement Commission so that they can educate pupils about taking drugs. Mr. Speaker, the new curriculum involves ICT. ICT will be one of the most important subjects in the new curriculum. Yet again, we are still having ICT equipment that were used back in the 1980s in schools. Mr. Speaker, we find situations whereby a pupil has been learning computer studies for all his entire life, but has never seen a mouse in his entire life, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we urge the government to provide new equipment for ICT because we are the pupils of nowadays are in the 23rd generations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sanitation is important in a good learning environment, Mr. Speaker. We find a situation whereby pupils move from their school to go into a village in a stream and they draw water from that stream, Mr. Speaker, which is very dangerous, Mr. Speaker. We urge government as the people of the Northern Province and moreover Kasama Central Constituency that government should sink boreholes so that sanitation in schools may be there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with these few points, I submit.
I will now call upon the Honorable Member, Kundananji Sumukoko.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this given opportunity that you have given me. Inclusivity should not be a slogan, but a lived reality. My name is Simukoko Kundananji, representing the people of Chinsali constituency. I think we should also talk about the issue of money here. We have talked a lot about many things, but also the issue of money in the government sector, more especially when it comes to the education sector, should be looked upon. Zambia's education funding still remains below international recommendation, like more than which is written in the Abuja Declaration, of which it states that 20% of the national budget should be allocated to the government sector. Now you find that in this year of 2024, the allocation to the to the education sector, it is only 15%, of which it is not inclusive and also contributing to the lacking of quality education in our nation. And not only that, but as we look into the planned budget for the year of 2025, you'll find that it has decreased from 15.4 to 14.5%, of which it is not good. Mr. Speaker, not only that, but we have also seen and heard that there was a proposal which was made to say 217 billion kwacha should be given to the education sector. Now the question is, where is that money? Mr. Speaker, the answer is that only 31 billion kwacha has been allocated to the government sector, of which it is not good. I'm sure all the members of parliament here, they're going to agree with me that mostly when they're in classes, it's not every time when they get to sit on desks because of lack of sufficient funds. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that we do not only have just one JJ Banda. I'm sure there are some more JJ Bandas that we are yet to discover. Mr. Speaker, inclusivity should be looked upon, more especially for those people who live in rural areas, more especially the disabled people. They are the most important people that we need here in Zambia. We say Zambia, one nation, it is our motto. And without the people supporting the people of Zambia, it will never be a nation which is united. So let us work on inclusivity so that we may also include those disabled people in rural areas. Mr. Speaker, with these few points, I raise my case.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Mbilitu Tobias.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving an opportunity to the people of Mwandi constituency to be heard. Actually, my name is Tobias Mbilitu. To ensure that there is inclusive and relevant of every child in Zambia to have a better future, the government should improve that there is a better future of every child in Zambia. Actually, the government must do what the people are saying. Because if as the people, what you are saying, the government is not listening, how are we going to work? Because...
Honorable MP, move a bit further away from the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. To ensure that there is an inclusive, relevant, and quality education, the government should provide a necessary infrastructure and resources. To my constituents, where I come from, some schools are lacking laboratories, We all know that
You are
laboratories...
still close to the mic.
Yeah. We all know that laboratories are part of education. How can we learn, or how can we know to learn our laboratories? Because as pupils, we have to know how to learn. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, there are a lot of challenges. One I'm going to pronounce. Mr. Speaker, other issue is inadequate trained teachers. In my constituency, you may end up seeing that a teacher is not trained in that particular subject, but is being forced to teach because of lack of teachers. I have another issue, Mr. Speaker. I urge the government to ensure that all pupils are being treated equally. Actually, the government must provide them with what the people are saying. I rest my case.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Frida Ngoma.
Thank you for taking an extra mile, Mr. Speaker, in giving me the chance to speak for the people of Chawama constituency. My name is Frida Ngoma, representing Chawama constituency. Mr. Speaker, I strongly feel that we can't be the 2025 national budget cannot provide enough quality education if we have poor waste management in schools. For example, at the school where I come from, we only have 2 trash bins, and that's where all the classes in the secondary sections are expected to throw litter when they pick it up. And the same 2 trash bins, when they are full, they dug a pit behind the school, and that's where they throw the same litter and they burn it. And when it comes to the fact of burning it, it is clear that they are causing air pollution. And some of the pupils at my school, in fact, in my class, one of the learners has asthma, and every time they burn the same litter, she is forced to leave the school. And I don't think that is inclusive education. Another point that I have, Mr. Speaker, is it when it comes to sanitation issues, Mr. Speaker. At my school, every Monday and Friday, the farmers come to sell their products. They call it Shantumbu Day. You find a situation where the same farmers, they come to use the toilets as the pupils, the same toilets we are using. According to me, I think that's not good for the learners, and that is not called relevant and quality education. I submit.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Evelyn Sanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I have already debated.
Let those who want to debate to indicate who haven't debated. Indicate by pressing the mic. So I'll now call upon the Honorable Precious Chulu. I'll call upon the Honorable Joy Kapalu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to speak. My name is Honorable Joy Kapalu, representing Chongwe constituency. First, I would like to appreciate what the government is doing for us schoolgoers, but I think the government is not doing enough, especially for the schools in rural areas. Because those schools in rural areas, their teachers come from urban areas, and if they do not have accommodation, it can be hard for them to teach their children. Just imagine a teacher stays in Lusaka and all the way from Lusaka going to Chongwe district by bus or car. What if that teacher doesn't have transport to go with the bus or fuel to drive them to Chongwe district? What if they don't have that money? It means that the teacher can't go to school and won't teach on that particular day. So the government, before building schools, especially in rural areas, they should look at where the teachers are going to stay, where they're going to accommodate the teachers. And another thing is that in a lot of government schools, or maybe most of the government schools, there are no ramps for the differently abled teachers they employ, and also the differently abled students. So building of more ramps can be more efficient for the differently abled people in that particular school for them to move freely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Chimwemwe Mwanza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Chimwemwe Mwanza, representing Chongwe constituency. I propose to the motion. The government employed PWDs, teachers, but due to lack of proper infrastructure that is suitable for their living standard, they had to take them to schools for people living with disabilities. Whilst the teachers are also qualified to teach people who are not living with disabilities. The government should renovate already existing schools and also build new schools that are suitable to cater for both differently abled people and not living with disabilities. With these few points, I submit.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Mbashila Lumbanji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity to me to address the House. My name is Bashira Lubanji from Manyinga constituency, Northwestern Province. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, there is no infrastructure or learning materials for the people who are differently abled. Mr. Speaker, without the learning materials for the people that are differently abled, they will not be able to reach or be able to fully achieve academically. Mr. Speaker, I urge the government to include the disabled people, to include them with learning material. With this, I submit.
I'll now call upon the Honorable Prince Chileshe.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm extremely grateful for according me the time to speak for my great people of Milanzi constituency. My name is Honorable Prince M. Chileshe, representing the people of Milanzi constituency, Katete district, Eastern Province. Mr. Speaker, with the budget that has been allocated in the education sector, I would like to tell you to say it is welcome, Mr. Speaker. However, I myself, I find this budget allocation funds to be...
Point of order.
A point of order has been raised.
Mr. Speaker, is the Honorable Member of Parliament in order to use the word you?
The Honorable is referring and is speaking to the Speaker, and of which he is in order. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of which I am in order. Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk about the issue of universities in my province, Mr. Speaker. In Eastern Province, there are no universities, Mr. Speaker, either public or private universities. We don't have universities. And the issue of universities in Eastern Province, it is as old as humanity, Mr. Speaker, because we have been waiting for a university in our province. And yet, these budget allocation funds are only going to those provinces which have public universities.
Point of order denied.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These allocation funds are going to provinces which have public universities, leaving out our own province, Mr. Speaker, Eastern Province, which is increasing the rate of illiteracy in my province, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another issue, Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell you about 10 years, a decade ago, Mr. Speaker, our teachers were threatened to upgrade their qualifications for them to be getting a better pay. After upgrading, Mr. Speaker, we have not yet heard of them being upgraded in their pay, Mr. Speaker. What is going on, Mr. Speaker? What will our teachers tell their children with better qualification but no better pay, Mr. Speaker? What money will they leave their children with? They will leave their children in total poverty. So we are waiting for allocation for the teachers to get better pay, and also an allocation fund for universities in Eastern Province. We have land, abundant land, in a vast land in Eastern Province that we can construct or build a university there. For example, in Katete, Mr. Speaker, there is at Vulamkoko Tanof, they were told that they want to build a university. That land is still standing, Mr. Speaker.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I find this budget allocation to be biased. And Mr. Speaker, education is not a barrier, but a bridge to a brighter future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will now call upon the Minister of Finance to come and respond to the issues observed.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, my name is Honorable Ricky, Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, in the presentation of the budget, we as the government have taken a deliberate approach, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we deliver quality, relevant education for all children here in Zambia, Mr. Speaker. And this is being done, Mr. Speaker, through the different allocations, Mr. Speaker, that we have actually implemented and taught to the people on your left, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, in terms of infrastructure, we as a government have seen to it that it is a need to build more infrastructure in these different areas, Mr. Speaker. And in doing that, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated exactly 2.5 billion, Mr. Speaker. 2.5 billion, I repeat myself, Mr. Speaker, for infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that there are enough buildings, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of what the Honorable spoke of other countries having a higher allocation to the education sector or a higher percentage being given to the education sector, we are one country that is just from experiencing a drought, Mr. Speaker. Climate change and its effects are here to stay, Mr. Speaker. And as a government, Mr. Speaker, our socio-economic status was affected by what was happening, Mr. Speaker, with the drought, Mr. Speaker, itself that hit us, Mr. Speaker. We did not collect enough revenue, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we have seen a reduction, Mr. Speaker. But as a working bomber, Mr. Speaker, for a fact, we have seen to it that once we have a multi-sectoral approach in providing and bringing forth relevant and inclusive education, Mr. Speaker, we have pumped in funds to 28.6, Mr. Speaker, just to ensure that there is still relevancy and there are still funds to ensure that more and more people are educated. Mr. Speaker, not only that, but we as a government, Mr. Speaker, through the constituency development funds, Mr. Speaker, which have been increased, Mr. Speaker, to these different honorables constituencies to 36.1 million kwacha, Mr. Speaker. 36.1 million kwacha, Mr. Speaker. So much money is being allocated to these different constituencies for various purposes, Mr. Speaker. Even building of these same infrastructures, such as schools in these constituencies, Mr. Speaker. Even roads are being built through the same money to ensure that we have roads that are leading from one's place, Mr. Speaker, to even the school for them to access education in the proper manner, Mr. Speaker. They'll no longer be carrying their shoes in their hands, Mr. Speaker, but there'll be children now walking on well-paved roads, Mr. Speaker. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but even the infrastructures themselves, the schools, are being built to accommodate all, Mr. Speaker. I would urge all honorable members of parliament for the social aspect of ensuring that their children with disabilities out there, you inform their parents and say to it that in this constituency, let us not be ashamed of these children, for they are the future leaders of tomorrow. Though they have got disabilities, the infrastructures in these schools or how they are being built are to accommodate them. And you honorable members of parliament have to include that all the people in that constituency, different disabilities, with them being there. Encourage them to say, you are the future leader. Tell the parents that these are the future leaders to ensure that we have inclusive and relevant education in our country. And in ensuring this, Mr. Speaker, even the restrooms that are going to be used in those schools, we've seen that certain schools are even having infrastructure such as health rooms there, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we have people who are ready to respond to emergencies within the school, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, not only that, but as a working bomber, we have seen to it that even the budget itself includes, Mr. Speaker, that even people that do not have the financial status, Mr. Speaker, are able to access education and bringing forth development within the country, Mr. Speaker. They say, imitikula impanga, the youths of today are the future leaders, Mr. Speaker. And if they don't have where to learn, Mr. Speaker, they cannot be able to learn, Mr. Speaker. And in terms of why they spoke of that, the teacher to pupil ratio, Mr. Speaker, in that sense, Mr. Speaker, we looked into it that seeing that since there are teachers there, Mr. Speaker, well-qualified teachers, Mr. Speaker, we have seen to it that, Mr. Speaker, once that infrastructure I talked about earlier is built, Mr. Speaker, that will be the place for the teachers to now go and teach, Mr. Speaker, thereby balancing the teacher-to-pupil ratio, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and in terms of why they say that the number is very few, they have to understand that we as a government are truly working. We do acknowledge the fact that the number is very small. But look at it. We're a country that is just from experience in the drought. It does not mean that we have much money in our pockets to be able to sustain those teachers or even pay those teachers. These are the situations that we face, that teachers are not getting paid because there's an allocation that was made, but there are no funds to actually pay those teachers. But as a government, we've seen to it that these funds will be able to cater for the number of teachers that are actually there. So as a government, we're working bomber for that fact, I repeat myself. We've seen to it with our councillors, members of parliament, that of high competency, to see to it that we provide relevant and quality education for all children. I submit.
I would now call upon the Minister of Education, the Honorable Mpemba Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to express my view as a Minister of Education. I'm Honorable Mpemba Grace. The Ministry of Education has prioritized to say education is the key driver to national development through having inclusive, relevance, and quality education. However, the ministry has ways in which it is addressing some of the raised issues, such as lack of infrastructure. In some areas, to address this issue, government has allocated 2.6 million into the infrastructural development. For sure, we can see that government is thriving hard to make sure that our children have quality, inclusive, and relevant education. Few special schools, it's one of the issues that have been raised. So as the Ministry of Education, we are putting on all our brace to make sure that more special schools are built. And other factors include desks having low quality and an improper waste management handling. To address that issue, as a Ministry of Education, we are in cooperation with many other organizations, such as local government authorities. They pass by to make sure that our children are impacted with knowledge on how to keep the school clean. Along with that, we have introduced topics such as environmental degradation and other topics such as environmental science to see to it that our children have well-impacted knowledge on how to secure the environment. Other issues such as lack of sexual education. Sexual education is surely there, and we addressed this a long time ago. The moment we introduced organizations that go through schools to educate our children on sexual education, like previously in my constituency, Chinzali constituency, we had people from the hospital, from the youth-friendly corner, who came to our school to teach us children on how to protect ourselves from sexual harassment and many more factors. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, we as the Ministry of Education are thriving hard to make sure that our children have quality education through many measures such as the free education policy, which has enabled many children to go to school, including those that are vulnerable. Through this free education policy, challenges such as the early marriages will be reduced as many children will have equal opportunity to go to school. Apart from that, we have also an issue such as boys are left out. In most cases, members of the House, you can agree with me that it's girls who are most vulnerable to not being educated because of the rape cases and many more factors. That's why there is need to raise organizations such as the CAMFRED, the KGS. Along with that, there is also another organization such as the OVC, which caters for both men and women, for those that are vulnerable and for those that have that don't have support from the parents to cater for their education services. So, in conclusion, members of the House and all that is watching me right now live, you should be patient, because you cannot expect the budget to be implemented there and then, because when the national budget is being presented, like the previous one, which was presented by Mr. Situmbeko Musokotwani, who is the Minister of Finance, it was presented on 27th September 2024, meaning it will be implemented in 2025. So you should be patient and rely on government and believe to say there is government, they are doing it for us. So the other issues, such as the improper infrastructure and many more, are being dealt with just before the end of this year. And there was also an issue to say that funding delay means. No, funding is not being delayed. Like, for example, one raised the point to say, the money is a lot, but where is the other percentage going? The other percentage of the money, it goes to other undeveloped infrastructures, because we want to make sure that by the end of this year, we have dealt with all those undeveloped infrastructures before the national budget is being implemented. In conclusion, as a minister of as a minister of education through government support, I'm proudly saying that we have done it, because we are taking all the necessary measures we can take in order to make sure that our children have quality education, because it is said that us, the children, we are the future leaders of the society. Hence, we are doing it, and we urge you all to be thankful to us and the government for all the work we are doing. I now rest my case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
The Honorable Member for Dodumwezi, Ms. Cindy Lumbea, wind up debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank all the members of Parliament for participating in the business of the House, and therefore I urge the members of Parliament to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, I now beg to move.
I put the question. The question is that this House urges the government to make the national budget reflect an inclusive and relevant budget that provides for quality education for a better future of every child in Zambia. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Her Honor, the Vice President, adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Tukuza Sakala, and I beg to move that the House do now adjourn. Thank you.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Much for being with us on Parliament Television. The House has adjourned. We're talking about the Children's Parliament, and they were debating the motion urges the government to make the national budget reflect on an inclusive and relevant budget that provides for quality education for better future of every child in Zambia. Very interesting and insightful debates that we've heard from the young parliamentarians that have been debating, that have been drawn from various parts of the country.
Yes, President, I must say I'm amazed. And I must also make mention that the future is bright. Such events signifies the importance of a brighter future, and seeing children at a young age are debating on such things, I must say, I have no doubt to say that the future is indeed bright.
Let's cross back to the floor of the House and continue listening and watching.
Honorable Minister of Community Development and Social Services, distinguished guests. Blocks for all other learning, knowledge, and higher order skills. However, nearly 7 out of 10 children in low and middle-income countries, LMICs, are unable to understand a simple text and lack basic mathematics proficiency by age 10. It is critical to provide financial support for disadvantaged children, construct schools closer to communities, and offer transportation for students in remote areas. Schools must also be equipped with essential facilities such as libraries, laboratories, and sports fields to create environments conducive to learning. Furthermore, the education system must equip children with the knowledge and skills needed to succeed in a modern and rapidly changing world. The curriculum should emphasize practical life skills, digital literacy, and climate change education. Schools must invest in ICT infrastructure, including computers and internet. Access
to ensure that children are prepared for the digital age. Additionally, education on sustainability and environmental protection needs to be prioritized to help children contribute to addressing global issues. Thank you.
That was Honorable Dorothy Ngoma. And next we shall have the handover of the call to action by Honorable Corinne Chola and Honorable Aaron Makina.
Honorable Minister of Community Development and Social Services, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am Aaron Makina, Honorable Member of Parliament for Wacha constituency. Following the presentation on the state of child rights in Zambia, here is our call to action. United under the theme, Inclusive, Relevant and Quality Education for All Children, we call upon the government, traditional leaders, policymakers, and stakeholders to take bold action to address the challenges facing children in our country. Our collective voices, gathered through consultations with over 1,000 children across all 10 provinces, outline urgent priorities to ensure that every child can enjoy their right to education, protection, and inclusion. We call on our leaders to listen to our voices, include us in decisions which affect us, adopt and implement our solutions, and invest in our present and future, because access to quality education is a fundamental right for all children. We urge government to address barriers to education, particularly for disadvantaged children, by providing financial support and ensuring schools are built closer to communities or offering transportation to those in remote areas. Schools must be equipped with adequate facilities such as libraries, laboratories, and recreational spaces to foster a conducive learning environment for all. We further call for measures to ensure children with disabilities and those in hard-to-reach areas have equitable access not just to education, but to inclusive, relevant, and quality education. Integrated learning environments that promote collaboration among all learners, regardless of ability, should be prioritized, and teachers must be well trained and supported to address the diverse learning needs. And schools should also have child and disability-friendly infrastructure to make education accessible to everyone.
Thank you. Allow me to continue with the call to action. My name is Honorable Corinne Chola from Nali constituency. Allow me to delve to the protocols already observed. We appreciate the government for launching the 2023 Zambian Education Curriculum Framework and for engaging us in the consultation process. Our plea is to ensure that implementation of the curriculum includes practical life skills, critical thinking, and creativity, equipping us for the challenges of the future while making sure that our voices are heard in strengthening the implementation of the curriculum. As you know, the necessity of digital literacy cannot be overemphasized, and we call for the investment in ICT infrastructure to prepare us as children for a rapid changing world, with climate change education enhanced to build awareness and inspire
action towards stability. Safe learning environments are essential for our growth and well-being. We call for measures to protect children from various forms of abuse like violence, discrimination in schools and communities. Schools must be strengthened, the provision of mental health and counseling service to support children facing challenges, inclusive of making sure that clean water, sanitation, and menstrual hygiene products are available to support all learners, particularly girls. Finally, we call for sustainable and inclusive practices to empower children as active participants in shaping their futures. Decision-making process affecting our education and well-being must include our voices. Resources should be allocated to implement a child to advocate for inclusivity, immersing diversity and practices sustainability in our daily lives. This call to action is a collective appeal for transformative change as well as working together. For we know that through concerned effort, the children considered key stakeholders, we can build a nation where every child has the opportunity to thrive and contribute to a prosperity inclusive Zambia. Thank you. I submit.
We thank you.
And that was Honorable Corinne Chola and Honorable Aaron Makina giving us the handover of the call to action. Up next, we have the response to call to action, and it is such an honor to invite the Ministry of Education to respond to it.
Thank you very much, and I think I responded to the questions and other issues that were raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members of the House, hasn't this been a very informative and lively debate? Can I hear the members of this House? So now we shall go into a photo opportunity, which is my personal favorite, with the guest of honor and child parliamentarians, followed by lunch and departure. Thank you.
The call to action has not been handed over to the minister. Can we have the call to action handed over to the minister? Yes. Honorable Colleen Chola. Is it Colleen or Corinne? Corinne. Okay. Yes, you can come. All right, so we'll now proceed for the photo session just at the stairs. Then after that, we'll proceed for lunch. Thank you very much.
Yes. On Parliament television, there you have it. That marks the end of the 2024 National Children Parliament, which brought together children representing 10 provinces of Zambia to foster stronger relationships and ensure that children's voices are heard in all sectors of society. And so the children and the guest of honor are just heading out just to take a photo. And these children were debating on a motion urging the House that government should make the national budget reflect an inclusive and relevant budget that provides for quality education for a better future of every child in Zambia. And we had some of the key points that were highlighted during their debates. These included the need for increased funding to improve school infrastructure, particularly in rural areas. Participants also stressed the importance of budgeting for special education programs and accessible learning materials so that children with disabilities or learning challenges are fully supported. And the children also emphasized that investment in quality education is critical not only for individual growth but also for reducing poverty and promoting social equality. They have also urged the government leaders to prioritize children's needs in budget decisions, calling on communities and policymakers to work together to ensure accountability.
So basically that's what the children talked about, and urging decision makers, policy makers to make sure that these young people, more especially in the education sector, are taken care of. And a very interesting call to action that was presented to the minister did say that urging government to address the barrier affecting school-going children and more especially the different abled
has marked the importance of a brighter future. We must make mention that these children are the future leaders of tomorrow, and this event has just shown us the importance of what the future holds for the country.
So this is where we end today's live parliamentary proceedings for young people. Remember, they were commemorating their day, the World Children's Day, which is observed across the globe. And today the motion was about education, and also very encouraging to hear young people talking about the Abuja Declaration, where 20% of the total budget is supposed to be allocated to the education sector. And these are things that they've noted, and some of the challenges that they are facing in their various constituencies where they're coming from across the country. So we hope the decision makers have heard the cries of the young people. It was very interesting to hear the proposing and the opposing side of the debate. Was very encouraging. And those of you that were following us on our social media platform, YouTube, and indeed not forgetting our Facebook page, on behalf of Matimba, my name is Paul Sentindodo. Our sign language interpreter for today has been Jason. And keep watching Parliament Television and Radio.
My eParliament mobile application. First, download the app on either Play Store or App Store and install. After installation, open the app. Step 1. Register your personal information, that's your names, gender, NRC, and date of birth. Step 2. Add your contact information, your email, phone number, and home address. Step 3. Select your constituency. Step 4. Create your 4-digit PIN. At this point, the system will send an SMS to your mobile number with a one-time passcode. Step 5. Confirm with one-time passcode that was sent to your mobile. Step 6. Sign in using your phone number and the 4-digit PIN. And Step 7. Create your submission and submit. My eParliament, bringing Parliament closer to you. Meet Ms. Jacqueline Sabao, Member of Parliament for Chikankata constituency in the Southern Province under the United Party for National Development UPND. Ms. Sabao is a likable lady and is passionate about her political career. She sits on the Standing Orders Committee and is the Vice Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, a role she discharges diligently.
Jacqueline Sabao was born in Kafue on 27 September 1975 at Kafue Mission. My mother was Sarah Mwene from Chikankata. My father was Dave Sabao. But they divorced when I was just 2 years. They left us, me and my siblings. However, I was brought up by stepdad, Mr. Mvula. From him, we had 2 siblings. We were 4 of us. The first born in the family of 3 girls, 1 boy. Unfortunately, at the moment, we are only 2 remaining. Me, the firstborn, and our lastborn, the boy. And my parents also died. And then I started my grade 1 school in Chikankata at Kavo Primary School in Chief Naluama. Then I came to Kafue, Nakatete Primary School, from grade 3 to grade 7. And I'm very lucky that I was the monitress of that class from grade 3 to grade 7, meaning that's where my leadership skills started from. And then I went to Nawoi Secondary School in Kafue from grade 8 up to grade 12. When I just completed my grade 12, I joined MS Zambia, a Danish volunteering project, as a programs officer. While I was there, I started my studies at Everin Horn College. I did advanced certificate in accounts for 1 year, and then I went to do financial and accounting with the University of Zambia, level 1 and 2. And from there, I joined COMESA headquarters under a program called Management Assistance Program for Youth Empowerment in the COMESA region. I was a programs officer. From there, I met someone, the late Dr. Francis Chigunta. He was my coordinator in one of the projects in renewable energy, which was sponsored by UNIDO. Because of working with him, and he realized something in me, he advised me that you should go and do your degree in development studies. That's how I enrolled with Open University. I did my undergraduate in development studies. From there, I made a decision to go and do my postgraduate diploma in international trade policy in Arusha, TRAPCA. Then I came back. I enrolled for my master's at University of Lusaka in public administration. So I have a master's in public administration with UNLAS. In 2011, I made a decision to work on my own and formed a company called Just Investment Limited. We deal in construction of roads and buildings and general supply, both in private and public sector.
Growing up as a young girl, she always liked to do challenging things. She narrates how at some point she wanted to be a Catholic nun, a decision that was opposed by some of her family members. She instead opted to join politics.
When I was growing up, I liked challenging things, and you heard, I said I was the monitress of that class, meaning it was a challenging position. But my ambitions, I was a Catholic, alone with my stepfather, but not my mother was Salvation Army. Being a Catholic child, I admired to be a Catholic nun. I thought I had a calling to work for the people. So I wanted to be a Catholic nun from my grade 5 to grade 12. Then my dad died when I was in grade 11. He was the one who was supporting me to do that. But my mother and her family, they never supported me. So after my dad died, I think I had a lot of challenges from my family. They opposed my interests. Coming from that background, I said, okay, I'll not continue with this. I'll do something else. I think it's something that made me to think of politics, because I realized that even politics is a calling. Politics is not a prestige position. You need to be humble to make it out there.
Ms. Sabao is married and has 3 children. She pays glowing tribute to her family for supporting her work.
I'm married to Mr. Christopher Habuno. We have 3 children, 3 boys. I only have 3 boys.
I've got 3 boys too.
Yes. It's not easy, meaning a strong woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My major support in my life is my husband. Because if you look at the political side, I think he's been encouraging me. Because before you join politics, what you're supposed to do is to ask your partner, are you going to support me in this? And when they say yes, you go ahead. If they say no, you don't go, because you have a lot of challenges. So I asked him if he could support me. But even the time was meeting me, I was right there. But he continued supporting me. My children, they support me. My immediate family members, they support me.
How big are your children?
My firstborn is 21 years. And the other one, 19 years. The third born is 7 years. Yeah.
She now talks about what prompted her to join politics.
How I joined UPND, it was through my mother. She was not a politician. My mother was a soldier, but she was a member of the traditional ceremony called the wind ceremony. So this particular weekend, she said, escort me for a meeting as a daughter. That's how I escorted her. At that meeting, I met people who were the executive members of wind ceremony, the likes of Maurice Ijilema, who is the cousin to the president, Baston Mangola, the late Michael Hajintu, Robert Msanje. So I started interacting with them. The next time they called me that we have a meeting to meet someone who wants to be president. Anderson Mazoka came to Kafue. We had a meeting. And I remember I was the youngest in that meeting. And during our deliberations, one of the things he said, you know, you should not wait for the country to do something to you. You should also do something to the country. You should not wait for other people. But you as an individual should say, what is it that I can do to this country to add value or to change the lives of people? So listening to those words, I said, who am I? And I said, I'm going to support this man. That's how I made a decision to join UPND at a very tender age. And I didn't even understand what politics were all about. But I was happy the way he was talking. He encouraged us. And he said, even when I'm not there, there should be people who will carry on with my vision. And it is you. And that's how I joined UPND in 1999. And then that time we were trying to build the party. And I was one of the people that started UPND in Kafue. The first position I had was branch treasurer in Kafue Estates. From the branch, I went to the ward as a treasurer. The time we were going for election in 2001, I was the constituent treasurer. After losing the elections in 2002, I was appointed as a Kafue District Youth Chairperson. Then in 2005, they appointed me as a Lusaka Province Deputy Youth Chairperson. Then when we went for the convention in 2006, after the death of the president, we had now the current president. I lost, but the president said, no, you are very instrumental. What you're going to do is to form a youth committee, national youth committee, chaired by our national youth chairperson. That time was Charles Long. I was a member of that committee. We worked very hard to mobilize the young people across the country. And then in 2008, that committee was dissolved. Since that time, I've never had a position in the party. but I've been working from the background, doing a lot of activities for the party. And then in 2016, I thought of standing as a member of parliament. I said, I think now at least I'm matured enough, I can represent the people of Chikankata constituency.
Despite her party losing elections, she never defected to another political party, but instead soldiered on.
In my life, I have a purpose. Like I said that I wanted to be a Catholic nun. I realized that I have a purpose to change the lives of people. At that level, I was thinking of using the church, but then I changed to politics because I understand that politics is the one that drives the lives of people in any country. And my purpose is to change a life of someone out there, a voiceless out there. That's my purpose. And coming from that purpose, I have this driving force that drives me that regardless of who I am in society, I can change the life of someone.
She now shares experience being a member of parliament.
For me, it's been interesting because I believe that where there's a challenge, there's an opportunity. Where there's an opportunity, there's a challenge. So a lot of people, they look at a member of parliament, a female member of parliament, to have a lot of challenges. For me, I don't see them as challenges. I see them as opportunities. So far, I think I've enjoyed being a member of parliament because I've learned a lot of things. For your own information, I was not a good follower of Parliament TV. I learned a lot of things when I was at parliament. I'll give you a very practical example of when I was told to move the budget. Honorable Bomolosa, the chief whip, called me, said, come to my office. When I went to the office, then he said, we want you to move the motion. I was like, oh, Honorable, what do you mean? Because I had no idea. I refused. Then he said, no. Okay, if you refuse, then who? I said, there are a lot of people there. He said, then he said, you are the vice chairperson for Public Accounts Committee. We want you to move the motion. Then your chairman will second it. At that point, he convinced me. Then I accepted. Then I was guided. And when the day came, I moved the motions. It was so interesting.
Ms. Sabao is a tough woman, as can be seen when she is discharging her duties as Vice Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. She presides over the committee with vigor.
I want to find out through the PS, looking at how the man was giving out without proper information. Was there monitoring of this money where it went and the implementation took place? Because already we are having a picture that even if those organizations were given money, there was no implementation. The money was just given to individuals, not even to groups. Do we have the report of implementation? PS. I enjoy that, when you are in a group and when you are a chair, you are the first of the equals. You need to be in charge. So when you are there, we are representing the Zambians, and that committee is very strategic at Parliament. Issues should come out so that the people out there, the owners of the Zambian resources, should know what happened to their money. So this is the reason why, as a chair, when I'm acting as a chair, I need to be in charge and make sure that the witnesses, they bring out the issues, not from me. Let the Zambians listen from the people who used their monies, who implemented their projects.
Her job is not an easy one. She now talks about some people that support her in her line of work.
I have some people that I regard like I said, I don't have parents. And there are people who have come in my life. They treat me like their own daughter. I'll give you, like in my political life, I'll tell you about Honorable Mwamba, the Minister of Community. She's a honorable, she's a minister, but for me, she's my mother. My relationship with her is a mother-daughter relationship. She's a woman that I can lean on her shoulder and cry if I have a burden. And she'll look at me and she'll make me strong. So I have friends. I have a lot of friends that encourages me. In life, when we're doing something, you are going to find 3 groups of people. There will be a first one who encourage you, the other one who discourage you, the other one will be indifference. So normally, I'll look at the one who encouraged me. When I consult over something, then they encourage me. I'll lean on those people so that I succeed with my interests. So people have been supporting me. And then I have friends. I have an old friend from secondary school, Mrs. Kaindu, Mildred Namsenga. She's married to Mr. Kelvin Kaindu. She's one of my supporters. I also have my biggest supporter also is my grandmother. She lives in Chilenge. She was married to my late grandpa, the young brother to my grandfather also was the late. So whenever she'll see me on TV, she'll call me.
Ms. Sabao is always immaculately dressed, a trend inspired by her mother.
My mom was a soldier, but she was very good at dressing. She was a superwoman for me. She was very beautiful, good shape. You know, I always miss her. So she taught us on how to dress. She would buy something. She said, no, don't put on this. No, if you are putting on sneakers, you should put on this, what. So I just grew up with it.
She equally does productive things when she is not performing parliamentary duties.
I'm a director of our company called Just Investment Limited. So I do a lot of work. I'm also an accountant for the company. So I do books. And then when the guys are in the field, like now, most of the machines are out in the field because we have our own equipment in construction. I'll go to the site, monitor how they are working, advise what, because you know, the construction industry, most of the challenges to do with fuel. So they'll come and tell you, we don't have enough fuel, meaning they've sold some of the fuel. So sometimes I'll follow them to go and supervise. But more importantly, one of my best hobbies is to read books. At least in a day, I should read even just a paragraph when I'm too busy. Just a paragraph, not a chapter.
What kind of books do you read?
Variety, politics, any books I would, cookery, anything. Novels I do read. Yeah, but at the moment I'm more on the political books to understand the world leaders. Yes, I love cooking. I like baking cakes. Yeah, and traditional foods like fisashi. Yeah, I enjoy that. I think the best room in my house is the kitchen. I enjoy being in the kitchen. I do laundry on my own. I don't allow a maid clean my clothes. I clean my bedroom. Yes, even in the sitting room when I'm free, I do clean just to check up how they are working. Going around, I do my own flower garden. Yes. Yeah. So I just enjoy being home, despite being a busy person. But the most important place I enjoy to be is home.
She now has a word of advice to women who want to join politics.
What I would advise my fellow women out there is that the first thing you should ask yourself, what is your purpose in life? You should not join politics or any organization for the sake of joining, but you should have a purpose why you should be in that grouping. And politics is power relation. When you talk of politics, it's not just being in a political party. Even being a woman in business is politics. Where there are two people, there's politics involved. But however, we are looking at the politics that coordinates the welfare of people in a community, in a country, in the global village. So what I would advise my friends out there is that there's a saying in this country or in Africa of saying politics is a dead game. No, the dead person is the one who even saying those words dead. Because me, I've never said politics is a dead game. How can it be dead? Because politics is the one that drives the lives of people in a country. That's the one that controls the economy of a country. So as women, what I would advise you is that add value to yourself first and say, that I can do. Stand up. No one will come and lift you that, let's go join politics. But you should come up and say, this is what I want. I want to join this political party. First, understand, if it's a political party, understand the manifesto of that political party. Women are the main players of development in any country. So it's high time that our women stand up. No man or fellow woman will come and lift you up. You have to stand up and then they will go along with you. That's what I would advise my women. But what is important, you should know the purpose of why you are living. The purpose that you should leave something behind when you are no longer there. And the best platform will be politics.
Ms. Jacqueline Sabao believes that women should not just exist, but start living and in turn leave a legacy that will stand the test of time.
Parliament is open to members of the general public who may wish to undertake familiarization tours of Parliament buildings, either in groups or as individuals, or to attend sittings of the House or parliamentary committees. All those wishing to visit Parliament can either write to the Clerk of the National Assembly of Zambia or simply come to Parliament buildings. Upon arrival at Parliament buildings, visitors are required to identify themselves. A passport or national registration card is required for identification purposes. All visitors to parliamentary premises are required to wear smart attire, either office or casual wear. Before gaining access to the galleries, all visitors are oriented and issued with passes by the Security Department at the Media and Visitors Center. Those whom permission is granted to sit in the galleries will be ushered to the appropriate galleries by protocol officers. Furthermore, visitors are not allowed to take with them into the galleries such articles as walking sticks, umbrellas, briefcases or parcels of any type, newspapers, magazines or cell phones. All such articles must be deposited at the reception desk. Visitors to the galleries are given copies of the order paper which shows the order in which the business of that particular day would be taken. You can follow all parliamentary sessions and committee sittings on GoTV Channel 28, Topstar Channel 5, DSTV Channel 272, Parliament Radio, or like the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. My eParliament mobile application. My eParliament is a mobile application developed by the National Assembly of Zambia in order to bring Parliament closer to you. You can download and install My eParliament from App Store or Play Store. Once installed, you can raise your concerns, provide your input, opinion and feedback on various projects or decisions being made in your constituency. On My eParliament mobile application, you can listen to Parliament Radio. You will have access to parliamentary documents such as bills and acts which are considered in Parliament. You also have access to National Assembly social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. You can also watch parliamentary debates live on our YouTube channel. Download My eParliament now. My eParliament, bringing Parliament closer to you.
We're indicating, can we clear this? Prayer time has to be observed. Clear the people who have indicated. We haven't even reached that point yet. On the order paper, we have not reached. At the time that we reach that item, that's when indications will be made, not sooner. Honorable members, I have 3 announcements to make. The first one, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Nampundwe Secondary School in Chibuyunji District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. Thank you very much for coming. You may take your seats. Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Chembe Day Secondary School in Chembe. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. You may take your seats. Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of Mr. John Chulu and Mr. Charles Sikalozo from Luansha Parliamentary Constituency Office in Luansha District. It looks like they are still traveling. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I wish to welcome our visitors in our midst, although I'm doing this in advance. I thank you. Urgent matters without notice. The Honorable Member for Chairman North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My urgent matter without notice is directed to the Minister of Agriculture, but I can't see the Minister of Agriculture. Then I'll direct this to the leader of government business. Madam Speaker, we have a very serious situation in my constituents, particularly Kanyelele in Mbazi Ward. Madam Speaker, we have farmers who are covering a distance of 160 kilometers from Kanyelele to Chama Boma to come and receive money for the maize supply to the Food Reserve Agency. And Madam Speaker, we have a situation where someone supplied 10 bags of maize. Transportation is 1,000. And they're staying maybe for a week there. So at the end of the day, they're spending more than 2,000. They go back home without almost nothing. So last time I engaged the Minister of the PS Agriculture, and they said they will be able to go and pay the farmers there. But nothing has happened. And that area is a food basket for the district, and farmers are warning that next year they would rather go and sell their maize to Malawi, which is even offering better price than Zambia. So I seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker, so that our farmers can be paid promptly just at Kanyele than them covering a distance of 160 kilometers. I seek your indulgence. Thank you.
Honorable members, sometimes we should engage with the honorable ministers who are responsible for these situations. I understand you have tried to engage, but there has been no response. I suggest, because it's only tied to one constituency and one ward, you can put in a question. The honorable minister will be able to address that. But honorable members, again, please, let's not wait to come to the House and raise matters of agent matters without notice while our people are suffering. I know that there was the issue of the mobile money not working, so I don't know what suggestions you have on how farmers can be paid, especially that the mobile money is not working, a lot of challenges. That's why we need to engage, because when we engage outside, we are able to find better solutions than on the floor of the House, because you don't have sufficient time to interrogate such matters. Very important, though, because the farmers need to be paid so that they can go back and plant some more. But please don't encourage them to go to Malawi and sell to Malawi. So if you are the honorable member, again, you are encouraging, no, sell to Malawi, what are you doing? You are scoring in your own goal. So please, honorable member, put in a question. The honorable minister will be able to address that. The honorable member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Kalabo district is one of the districts which was affected by this drought, and it is amongst the 84 districts which are affected. Madam Speaker, the surprising issue is that the number of the beneficiaries for cash for work. It has been proven that only the Kalabo district has been affected, in the sense that the numbers has been reduced from about 4,000 to only around 1,500. So this matter is causing problems between the community and the WDCs and the councillors, who are being accused of having stolen the money because the numbers have been reduced. So I would like to direct this matter to the Minister of Local Government, but since he's not around, I would divert it to Her Honor the Vice President. So we need your quick intervention in this matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for that. I don't know, this issue keeps on coming up. I remember the other day, the honorable member for Mwandi also expressed some concern. Honorable member for Chitambo also expressed some concern on the payment for money for food for work and other related issues. And even yesterday, we were talking on how, we're discussing or debating on how the council is not performing to its very efficient on the CDF disbursement of funds and even projects. So I believe this matter needs to be addressed. The Honorable Minister of local government and rural development should come back to the House with a ministerial statement to address this issue, payments of money for food for work and all these mobile-related payments of money for these people who are engaged in projects that are dealing with CDF, especially food for work and other related ones, so that maybe members can have an opportunity to interrogate this matter. But the best would, before the committee, you, honorable members, you will recall that we have even come up with the idea of a committee on CDF, performance of CDF. Because seriously speaking, from where I'm sitting, when I look at CDF, the way it's performing, the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development has got its own mandate. The CDF has come, it's just by the way, it's like not, for me, I'm looking at it, maybe they are looking at it as if it's not a core responsibility of the ministry. And yet there's a lot of money that is going there, and this money needs to be accounted. And this money is supposed to accrue to the people that you honorable members represent. So it has to be dealt with in an efficient and acceptable manner. The fact that we have come this way, we have realized what the challenges of administering this CDF is. And the honorable minister yesterday was saying, honorable members, come up with suggestions on how best we can administer this CDF. So let's engage into that and see how best. Since the committee itself is not operational, there's the committee on local government accounts, which deals with CDF. From that committee, you can come up with ideas. That's why committees are there, to come up with ideas to assist the ministers on how best to implement these good projects, these good projects that have been promoted or being introduced for the benefit of the people that we represent. So, honorable members, please, can we do that so that we stop coming here and asking questions, the same question over and over? It's not giving us the required results. I don't know if I've spoken too much. I'm not supposed to speak, but when I see something, I can guide. Yeah, thank you. I can guide. So it's up to you, honorable members. Let's do this so that we move this this project forward for the betterment of the people of Zambia. The last one will be the honorable member for Kasenengwa.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to rise on a matter, on an urgent matter without notice, and the people of Kasenengwa are eagerly waiting to get a response, Madam Speaker. And this matter, Madam Speaker, is directed at her Honor, the Vice President, since the Minister of Finance is not in the House. Madam Speaker, I have received several phone calls today from Kasenengwa. People who got CDF loans wanted to find out, Madam Speaker, even those that have applied but have not yet gotten the money. Since yesterday, Madam Speaker, there was an announcement that the Bank of Zambia has increased the interest rates. So now the people of Kasenengwa want to find out if those interest rates will also affect the CDF loans, since they're being managed by the banks. The people would want to know, because they also want to know if that is a special case and that interest rate, which was already fixed, will stay undisturbed. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I'm not sure whether what Bank of Zambia announces applies also to CDF loans. But this is the same thing that I'm talking about. CDF, the way it's performing, needs to be addressed. But Honorable Member for Kasenengwa, you can put in a question. I'm sure the Honorable Minister of Local Government can be able to come and explain whether or not the pronouncements by the Bank of Zambia also do accrue or they go down to the CDF funds. And the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development to come back to the House on Tuesday next week with a ministerial statement, just to try to explain what is happening. Thank you very much. That concludes that item. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development to present a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to present a ministerial statement on the details of the transaction between ZCCM Investment Holdings and International Resources Holdings involving Mopani Copper Mines. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to provide a comprehensive update to this August House and the nation at large on the details of the transaction between ZCCM Investment Holdings and International Resources Holdings involving Mopani Copper Mines. As you may be aware, Madam Speaker, Mopani Copper Mines is one of the major players in Zambia's copper mining industry. For example, it has played a pivotal role in copper production, foreign exchange earnings, government revenue, and employment creation. However, in recent years, Mopani faced various operational challenges and financial challenges necessitating strategic interventions to ensure its continued viability and contribution to our national economy. This August House may recall that ZCCM Investment Holdings took control of Mopani Copper Mines from Glencore in 2021, following an agreement to pay Glencore $1.5 billion in a deal funded through debt. Since then, government engaged with potential equity partners to take over the operations of Mopani. Government, through ZCCMIH, successfully negotiated a transaction and selected International Resource Holdings as an equity partner for Mopani Copper Mines. Madam Speaker, allow me to inform this August House that before the transaction, Mopani had a total of 6.9 million shares, which were held by ZCCMIH, translating in 100% ownership. At transaction closure, Mopani had a total of 14,081,633 issued shares following the issuance of an additional 7,181,633 shares. Madam Speaker, on February 23, 2024, shareholders of ZCCMIH approved the allotment of 7,181,633 new shares by Mopani to Delta Mining Limited for an investment amount of $1.1 billion. The investment resulted into Delta acquiring a 51% shareholding in Mopani, and ZCCMIH holding on to its original 6.9 million shares, making up 14,081,633 total shares of Mopani. As such, the breakdown of the $1.1 billion investment into Mopani for the new 7,181,633 shares by Delta Mining Limited is as follows. Number one, $620 million allocated towards capital projects and working capital. Number two, $400 million for settlement of the Glencore debt. And number three, an additional $80 million for future working capital requirements of the business. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, The transaction involving Mopani Copper Mines and Delta Mining Limited represents a significant step towards revitalizing our mining sector. It aligns with our broader national goals of economic diversification, sustainable development, and improved living standards for all Zambians. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. And today I'm very pleased because the House is always consistent, and keeping in that consistency, I will be offered two opportunities to interact with the Minister. Honorable Minister, today you have confirmed my fears. What I feared the most has been confirmed on that table, and I am happy because that ministerial statement will be in the answered, and I will get a copy to compare with what I have heard. Madam Speaker, ZCCMIH on 26 February 2024 made this announcement.
Honorable Member, which document are you referring to?
ZCCMIH announcement on the sale of 51% shares.
Is it certified? Because if it's not, then you cannot refer to it.
Madam Speaker, let me
Is it a public document?
Let me put it's a public document. It's on the website of ZCCMIH. Madam Speaker, ZCCMIH announced that shareholders in a meeting unanimously authorized the sale of 51% shares to Delta Mining Limited, which is a subsidiary of IRH. Today, the minister says they allotted shares. An allotment, madam, and a sale are two different concepts. Madam Speaker, this announcement is everywhere on international markets. It's on Dow, it's on Lloyd's, it's on London Stock Exchange. It is on Lusaka Stock Exchange, madam.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, if we proceed in this manner, we will not be able to have all these members that have indicated to be given an opportunity to ask a question. When we ask a question, let's make sure that we are precise to the point. And if honorable members want to rely on documents, which we would also want to have a look at, please have them certified. Let them comply with our standing orders so that we are on the same page. Otherwise, you think that we are just blocking you when you have not just complied with the standing orders on how documents can be referred to and also laid on the table of the House. So, Honorable Member for Lunte, do not debate your question. Ask the question, and then the Honorable Minister will answer.
Yes, madam.
If he doesn't answer adequately, another member will ask another question, and we proceed in that manner. So you may proceed and ask your question.
Madam Speaker, you just confused me together with the members who were jeering. However, madam.
Order, Honorable Member for Lunte. I think the role of a presiding officer is not to confuse any honorable member, but to give guidance. I was guiding you. Maybe the confusion could be emanating from your own misunderstanding or the own understanding of the guidance that was given.
Well guided.
Proceed, Honorable.
Now very well guided. Madam Speaker, an allotment of shares cannot be approved by shareholders. It is a management decision which is made by the Board of Directors. Honorable Minister, why did the initial shareholders of Mopani or of ZCCMIH be the ones who authorized an allotment instead of the Board of Directors? Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, sometimes we need to ask questions that will really help the nation. And when you go into semantics and wanting to create unnecessary things, it doesn't help the country. Madam Speaker, I have said the shareholders approved and issued new shares of 7 million. And they approved. And that was what was done. It is in the statement, and it is as clear as white water. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next question, the Honorable Member for Mukushi South. I don't know how the statement can be availed to the members. Maybe they can, yes. You can, Honorable Members, you can get a copy so that you understand. I've read the statement myself. So there are several issues that come out of that statement. So unless you read it carefully, you might misunderstand. But the Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Madam Speaker, through you, Honorable Minister, those shares that were sent are said to be either allotted or sold, and the Mopane itself belongs to the people of Zambia. And you decided to sell without the approval of Parliament as required by Article 210 in the Constitution. Why did you decide to sell the shares without coming here for approval? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Again, Madam Speaker, it is clear from this statement that new shares were issued. Any business would do that. If they feel they want capital, no sale took place, they just issued shares and went and raised money, which we have explained. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Members. By way of guidance, I think what the Honorable Members are saying is that the shares were sold without the approval of this House. Maybe if the Honorable Minister can explain on that. The Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I think I need to read through again, because what this statement is saying, Madam Speaker, let me read through the same statement, because as was explained, Madam Speaker, even by the Attorney General, there was no sale that took place. There was no sale. Mopani's shares at the time of the transaction were 6 million, and the new shares were issued, and they went to raise capital using new shares. The old shares which Mopani had remained intact and they were not sold. And that's why it didn't warrant us to come here. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'll read Article 210, Sub-Article 2 of the Republican Constitution. A major state asset shall be sold, transferred, or otherwise disposed of as prescribed, subject to the approval of the National Assembly, signified by a vote of at least 2/3 of the members of Parliament. So the Constitution of Zambia, Madam Speaker, is saying either you sell or you transfer or whichever way you dispose of, Parliament needs to approve. My question, Madam Speaker, and we need clarity on this very, very important matter. regardless of which terminology we are using, there was change of ownership of the asset which belonged to the state. Which procedure was used other than the procedure in the Republican Constitution? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm answering the same question. It's just being circumvented, but I'll answer. Mopani at transaction had a property called 6 million shares, and it was not touched. What the shareholders did was to issue new shares to raise capital for the company, and this is done in a lot of businesses. So there was no sale, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Order, honorable members. When you are ready, we will proceed. Readiness will be signified by silence. The Honorable Member for Chimwemwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, to maintain a significant presence in the governance of a company, we need serious representation as Zambians. That's from IH, ZCCM IH. We know that we have shareholders, and the number of shareholders that are given to the Zambians is very critical, because these are the people that steer the ship, these are people that look at the welfare of the workers, and also tax issues. Honorable Minister, how many shareholders do we have as Zambians sitting on the board? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you, Honorable Member, for that very important question. Madam Speaker, it follows that ZCCM IH holds 49%, and IRH through Delta Mining holds 51%. And as such, even shareholders are distributed in that manner. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Usakili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to ask a question. Minister, thank you for your statement, for coming in the open to share what happened or what transpired in the Mopani transaction. Very short question. Information on the ground is that IRH was not among the companies that bid.
On the 10 companies.
Yes, the 10 companies. So we want to find out, Minister, what criteria was used to select, or which law informed you picking IRH, which never bid? Again, a company that has got no experience in mining, that has got no record. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for that very important question. Madam Speaker, the new Dawn government is a very smart government, very clever. I would invite all the members of Parliament to come even to the Ministry of Finance or the Ministry of Mines. We are going to give you the booklet of all the minutes in terms of who participated, when they came in. All of those things are documented because we know you have not requested. How do I give you? You request, I'll give it to you. So, Madam Speaker,
Order, honorable members, order.
Madam Speaker, The records are there. There is nothing to hide on who had bid for Mopani, who withdrew in the process. All those documents are in a very smart booklet available to members of the public to check, including the criteria that was used to arrive at Delta, who are a subsidiary of IRH. And let me add, Madam Speaker, for those that may not understand business, there are two ways in which you get technical ability, experience, which could be mining or otherwise. You can either get a company which has been mining, or that company which has actually hired, because you can hire skill. If you are a smart company, you are able to go to the market and hire skill. And that skill can be aggregated in one team. Madam Speaker, Mopani, if Delta Mining has no mining experience, as we are talking right now, one of the bidders, Madam Speaker, and I'll take time to explain this. We had one bidder, Madam Speaker, who was saying they will come and prune 2,500 miners. Delta Mining. I want to tell you about experience in mining, because sometimes you just want to talk. Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members, honorable minister, maybe because of time.
I'll confuse you, yes.
Order, order. Order, honorable members, let me give guidance. In view of the limitations of time, maybe if the honorable minister can restrict himself to the ministerial statement and answer the questions. If there will be need for another ministerial statement, then that will be up to the minister to determine whether he needs to come back with a further statement or not. But let's stick to the ministerial statement. You may proceed, honorable minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for that guidance. The same members, Madam Speaker, are asking questions that seemingly are not in the statement. So sometimes they are forcing me to go off the statement because, Madam Speaker, you realize that the country and the world is watching us. And as such, we need to clarify and also give processes that we went through so that we don't seemingly become misunderstood as a government that we didn't know what we were doing. And that's why I want to give these examples. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I'm well guided. I was saying that you can either hire skill or you can have inherent skill. So Delta hired skill. I want to announce to the nation, Madam Speaker, that the current CEO of Delta Mining was announced as one of the best mining engineers in the world. Right now, Mopani has increased its productivity by 37%. That shows they know what they are doing. They have employed 1,900 people instead of pruning as otherwise was suggested. Madam Speaker, Delta Mining is the right candidate for Mopani. I thank you.
In modern words today, they say working smart. No, I'm saying that you can hire professionals to do work. Even when you are a laborer, you can still work smart. That was just on a lighter note. There was an indication, honorable member for Usakile, you had indicated for a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my point of order on the Minister of Mines.
I'm sure it has been overtaken by events.
Not really, Madam Speaker.
Proceed then, please.
When you gave him an opportunity to render a ministerial statement, he opened his remarks by saying he has come to share what transpired in the Mopan, comprehensively, what transpired in the Mopan transaction. Here is telling us they are asking questions that are not in the Ministerial. Then, what are we going to call comprehensive if he can't share? And again, he has not answered the question directly, because the question was simple. It only required him to say they were part of or not part of during bidding. Is the minister in order to run away from question, not to answer questions that is being asked? Was Delta part of the bidding? And how much experience do they have? My point of order, Madam Speaker, is based on Standing Orders number 71. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. From what I was listening, the Honorable Minister was explaining how that particular company found itself qualifying. That's why he was saying it hired some professionals to do the work. So he answered, I think, maybe you need to engage each other outside. I'm sure you can meet outside over a cup of coffee and exchange further notes. There was a suggestion that you go to the amphitheater. The minister is open if you want to engage more with the honorable members. You can go in the amphitheater and exchange ideas on the same issue. So let's make progress. Let's make progress. Order. The honorable member for Lunte, you've already asked. Here is only one question. Yesterday, I just used my discretion. There are so many other people that have indicated who want to ask. So we want to give them an opportunity. If we still have time, I will reconsider your request. Just hold on for the time being. The honorable member from Mfurira.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. And Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your concise statement, which has been long overdue, considering numerous questions that the miners and those that are stakeholders in the mine in Mufrira have been wanting to know. Madam Speaker, there are many ways that one can become a shareholder in a business. You can buy existing shares and become a shareholder. Or the company can issue new shares and sell to you. This transaction, as the minister has explained, ZCMIH chose to hold on to the 6 million plus shares. And they went on to issue 7 million shares. And the only reason for issuing the 7 million shares was so that they could admit a new shareholder. And that's how the 7 million shares were issued specifically to be sold to the new shareholder, who is Delta, a subsidiary of IRH. Madam Speaker, the shares, the 7 million shares, were sold to IRH. That is why in the minister's statement, he talked about 620 million US dollars, part of the 1.1 billion. That 620 million is the consideration. The 620 million is the consideration that Delta paid to get the 7 million shares. So they bought the shares. Madam Speaker, having bought 7 million shares gave IRH or Delta 51% shareholding in Mopan. 51% gives them control. 51% gives them control. As we are speaking, that asset is in the control of Delta or IRH. The question, Madam Speaker, IRH having acquired control, the miners are asking what is going to happen to the 3 years, the miners of Mopan, in Mufrira and Kitwe. This is the question, Honorable Minister, through Madam Speaker. They worked 3 years when the asset was 100% in the hands of ZCMIH. Now control has shifted from ZSMIH to IRH. The miners are asking, what is going to happen to the 3 years that they worked when the company was under ZCMIH? They are waiting to be advised whether there is a separation package or a package of Mwabombeni under ZCMIH, because now this asset is under IRH. That, Madam Speaker, is a question whether takwaba or loko kwaba, but the miners want to know this question, Madam Speaker. Will they be paid for the 3 years that the company was under ZCMIH 100%? I submit, Madam Speaker.
I think at this rate we will need a professor in company law to come and deliver a lecture. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, you have rightly said that we really need somebody to come and explain. Mopani is a going concern. If I've worked for 20 years, at separation, I'll be given what is due to me, including that period. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
It looks like the Honorable Member for Mufuria has not understood your answer. Maybe you can repeat.
Madam Speaker, that's why can we concentrate and listen? These are technical matters. So, Madam Speaker, I have said, you are not technical. Madam Speaker, I want to assure the miners, through the Honorable Member from Fulira, that if you have worked for Mopani for 20 years, there will be no years that will be removed from that period when Mopani was going through a turbulent time. When you leave Mopani at separation, including those years, the miners will be paid. Yes. That's how it works. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Nkana.
Madam Speaker, I only have a very simple question. Oh, me, I only have a very simple question. The new Dawn government has given Mopani to Delta. Delta was incorporated in 2022. And Delta, because I'm forbidden from mentioning names that cannot defend themselves, on its shareholding has got some Zambians. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Mines says they gave out to Delta for 620 million towards capital projects, 400 million towards the Glencore debt, and 80 million towards additional working capital, future capital, as they say. The other day, I asked how much has come into Mopani from external sources. The minister responded in excess of 400 million. Madam Speaker, the new equity partner in Mopani, called Delta, has borrowed from Zambian banks against the assets of Mopani, which money they've pumped into Mopani. Using Mopani assets. Is the minister aware that the new equity partner is on the market here borrowing against the assets of Mopani to push money into Mopani? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
All the honorable members, Honorable Member for Karulushi, I don't know if you have indicated, but the way you are debating all seated, you are breaching our standing orders. Please restrain yourself. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, I thank you, Honorable Member for Nkana, and I want to answer this so that Zambians can understand that really whatever we are doing is meant for their good. Madam Speaker, when you say I'm bringing $5 billion in any particular entity, you can even phase it. In mining, you don't bring money in one bullet. You are not a businessman then. Because if that money is not being used, what does it do? You are losing as a businessman. So you phase it. So what they did, Madam Speaker, immediately 400 million came, cash, paid to Glencore. And that's how we separated with Glencore. Because that money, it's the Zambian government, or it's the Zambian people that owed Glencore through Mopani. So that money came. There was $80 million that came. Money will keep coming.